私がつけちゃえばいいでしょう。それでトークが
あ、そうっすね。
始まる時に
はい。
the like art event or something. Like he saw too many exhibitions or something. So huh? Yeah.
Already?
With
20?
me,
I'm sure. It always happens.
Okay, so. ちょっと待っててよ。
はい、それではお時間になりましたので始めさせていただき
We would like to start the session 2023 ACK Talks. We have 11 talk programs starting from this year's curatorial theme, Vision of a Torn World. We are inviting guests from Japan and outside of the country to have a discussion on the roles and values of art in modern society, as well as the thought around arts and the relationship between art and the world. This talk focuses on current position of art, universality, and locality. We are inviting Ms. Hoor Al Qasimi, the Director of Aichi 2025 and the Director of Sharjah Foundation, as well as the Senior Curator of Singapore Museum, Mr. Kim Haeju, the Director of the 2022 the Busan Biennale. The discussion is about the universality of art and locality based on unique culture on each community. Now, Hoor-san and Haeju-san, please start.
Hello, nice to meet you, everyone. Thank you for attending the talk today. And it's a great honor to be a speaker of these wonderful programs. And thank you, ACK teams and Yukaku-san and Keiko-san for organizing this event and inviting me. And it's also a great privilege to have a chance to have in conversation with Hoor, someone whose contribution to contemporary art I deeply respect and admire. So I'm so looking forward to hear Hoor's thought as well later. So we decide that I start first and Hoor will present, then we'll have a bit of conversation, and so there will be also a chance to engage conversation with the audience later. So the title, can I have the remote control to, Sorry. So.
That's my one. Together.
This is please wait a second while we check the slides. Okay. So the title of this talk is Current Position of Art, Universality, and Locality. And the relation between local and universal is symbolized by arrows pointing to each other, highlighting the interconnectedness. And I will explore the dynamic relation between locality and universality based on using my recent experience of curating Busan Biennale last year. And I will briefly discuss my thought process behind curating the biennial and how I attempted to connect locality to the broader geographical context. So whenever I have the chance to present the biennial, I usually begin by introducing the concept and framework And then before diving into the artworks, but today I kind of switched things up and decided to start by offering a brief glimpse into some of the works featured in the Biennale. Yeah. This is an installation image featuring the work of Korean artist Kim Haeju titled Into the Light. Kim's works delves into the subject of light and modernity using photography and video to connect the two. In essence, the artist explored the interplay between light, the modern infrastructure network, and the medium of photography itself. This journey began with a deep dive into the history of the oldest lighthouse in Busan, which was constructed in 1905. Kim searched through scarce
お待たせい
archival
たしまし
films.
た。ただいまよりアートコラボレーション京都2023オープニングセレモニーを開始いたします。開始に先立ち本日ご参加いただきますご来賓の皆様をご紹介申し上げます。文化庁長官戸倉俊一様。
Okay, so the Kim searched through scarce archival films and photography data related to those lighthouses in Busan. He also focused on a pivotal historical fact. Busan was the first Korean city to be connected to Japan through a submarine cable. Thus, the concept of light within this work carries several significances. It represents photographic techniques, optical cables, data conveyed through the lines, and also other modern technologies, and the colonial influence of the early 20th century in Busan. So with this rich tapestry of historical facts and intricate layers, the artist's creative process is a fusion of archival material and the recent images that he and his collaborators have taken. Some of these images were captured at pivotal points where the submarine cable connects the Korean peninsula and Japan. So during the production of this work, the border between South Korea and Japan, and like many other countries, remained sealed due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So in response, Kim collaborated with a photographer based in Japan, Hana Yamamoto. So they created a simultaneous photo session with Hama capturing images in Japan while Kim taking pictures in Busan. So this synchronous work added a layer of meanings to work, bridging the physical and metaphorical distances in the face of a global health crisis. So now let's shift our focus to another thought-provoking film, All That Perishes at the Edge of Land. So the work in the front is by Megan Kopf, and the work in the back is actually the installation by Hiranabe. And yeah, so we can have a more closer look. And her work is deeply rooted in environmental concerns, delving into the often imperceptible and gradual process of bearing witness with the intent of uncovering a more expansive understanding of the contemporary world we inhabit. In this film, Ocean Master, a condemned container vessel, gradually reaches the shores of Gadani, initiating a fictitious dialogue with the workers at the Gadani shipbreaking yard. The conversation oscillates between dreams and desires, revealing the structural violence embedded in the act of dismantling a ship at Gadani. Gadani stands as one of the South Asia's largest shipbreaking sites. So Nabi adaptly brings the deindustrialization process of the global north to the harsh daily realities endured by workers in the global south. This industrial activity also takes a toll on the surrounding natural landscape and ecosystems of fishing villages. Through the poignant voiceover provided by the ship itself, which serves as the film's central character, we discover that the Ocean Master was actually made in 1995 in Jinhae in South Korea, a neighboring city of Busan. This connection between the vessel's birthplace and its eventual demise underscores the challenging working conditions and labor movement within Busan's shipbuilding yards, casting a spotlight on the global implications of such processes. Busan, renowned for being home to the world's sixth largest port, is also a city where the shipbuilding industry has thrived. Many dedicated individuals make their lives in the shipyard or on fishing boats, braving the seas as fishermen or seafarers. Among these resilient workers is Kim Jin-suk. At a mere 21 years of age, she shattered gender barriers by becoming the first female welder at Hanjin Heavy Industries, a prominent shipbuilding company in Busan. Her remarkable journey, however, was marred by her dismissal from the company in 1986 due to her involvement in union activities. For 37 years, she persisted in a battle to return to work, ultimately achieving an honorary reinstatement in 2022. So here the work by Choi Ho-chul, shown in the biennial. The painting vividly captures a pivotal moment in 2011 when approximately 10,000 people from across the nation marched together and converged upon crane number 85. Their purpose was to stand in solidarity with Kim Jin-suk, who had taken residence on the top of this crane for an astonishing 185 days as an act of protest. Her determined protest extended to a remarkable total of 309 days, all in the pursuit of justice and the reinstatement of her colleagues, laid off workers. This powerful visual narrative encapsulates the enduring spirit and resilience of Busan's working class heroes. Here, the last example of work depicted the Busan's industry and stories with other countries and regions. Francisco Camacho Herrera is a Colombian artist who has researched how the rubber boom in the late 19th century in the Amazon and Congo had a direct effect on the expansion of plantations in British colonies across Southeast Asia through the 1910s. This expansion, in turn, led to the import of rubber and founding of rubber shoe factories in Busan, stimulating the growth of the local footwear industry until the 90s, before it gradually declined due to the relocation of the factories, which looked for cheaper labor abroad. So his research resulted in creating this work, which you can see in this image. The table of archives and one video narrates the rubber factory workers' protest in Busan. And the artist also collaborated with the Buddhist monk painter from Korea, Bobin, to bring to life the journey of rubber tree resins, illuminating their paths from Latin America to Southeast Asia, and finally to Busan. So while these are just a few of the works featured in the biennial, they demonstrate how Busan's characteristics are connected not only to its neighboring country, Japan, but also to the entirety of Asia and the world. Just as ocean knows no boundaries and its waves are endless, what happens in one place is interconnected with others. Many of you might already know the city of Busan. Let me just briefly remind you. Busan is the second largest city in South Korea, located on the southeastern tip of the Korean peninsula. It has a population of a bit more than 3 million people, and it's the biggest harbor in South Korea. Busan is also the closest city to Japan, located only 50 kilometers from the nearest Japanese island, Tsushima. And Korea's modern history has witnessed numerous challenges, and Busan is no exception. As a result of a forced agreement with colonial forces, the Treaty of Ganghwa Island in 1876, Busan became the first port open to foreign trade. Its formation and expansion as a port city since modern times have contributed significantly to how the city was shaped. Busan was useful for supplying goods, so it was developed as an industrial site, accommodating factories and industrial facilities. And during the Korean War, Busan served as an interim capital of South Korea, and around 500,000 refugees arrived from all over the country. So this combination of migrants from different regions has resulted in a very open hybrid city. So people think of Busan, people think of the ocean when they think of Busan's nature, but Busan is actually a city on the hills. Because of its topological characteristics as a city of hills and mountains with a narrow coastal plain, it underwent expansion and reorganization as people settled in the uplands. Those settlements, those settlements along the slopes represent Busan's typical landscape. If Busan's narrative represents the near landscape, then the other axis of the exhibition is a perspective that zooms out to view what lies beyond Busan. It's an attempt to look at and understand Busan's history and represent phenomena happening in Asia and worldwide. This means pondering the modernity of global capitalism in the context of the city's real lives. So when he spoke about Busan as an axis of the exhibition, it was no longer adequate to refer solely to the geographical position or physical space of Busan. Rather, this Busan must be a concrete case study illustrating how its human and non-human constituents have built their lives through the complex modern history, all spread out across the dynamic terrain of nature, and also how this connects to other regions. So in this way, we can conclude that local issues are not actually limited to geographic locality, and that detailed, specific situations can indeed be showcased without sacrificing the kind of universality. More specifically, the 4 passes were taken in this biennial, which were also the sub-themes: migration, women and women's labor, urban ecosystem, and technological changes and locality. These 4 areas are not separated from each other, but also interconnected by cause and effect. The Biennale title was "We on the Rising Wave," referring always to the phenomenon of the wave, its rhythm, its connection, its force. We thought to translate it into connections between past and present, intersections of specific narratives and abstract forms, links between local and universal, and waves of the ocean and the mountains. So to conclude, what I learned from this exhibition is the importance of connecting local narratives with global ones to build empathy across regions. I discovered the importance of individuals' perspectives, small stories, and their potential to become a shared understanding with a global audience. This connectivity can also serve as a reminder of everyone's social role. It's a sense of empathy that what is happening in a geographical faraway place could also be mine. Therefore, it can be a way to further remind us of our responsibility to the present. In this sense, I think biennials or triennales, those big art exhibitions, are still an appropriate format for exploring the interconnections of multiple cities and regions. This larger scale of exhibitions allow for a wider range of geographies to be studied, thus creating a more multi-layered narratives instead of focusing just on one region and one story. It expresses the complex connections in the world today. So I'm going to end my presentation here, and let's now hear Hoor speaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Haeju. I'm also really happy to be speaking with Haeju because we share kind of the same vision. We are interested in the same kind of work and artists that we work with. I want to thank ACK for inviting us and bearing with us through organizing these talks. I think this format of the fair is also talks about this universality versus locality. Also the way that the fair has brought booths together, international and local, is quite interesting. Having us speak here as well, giving us a space to share our voices and our stories is important. Can I have the clicker? Sorry. Let's see if oh yeah, sorry. Oh, can I go back to the first, sorry? The first slide? Yeah, so I wanted to acknowledge what is happening in Palestine right now. I think we're at an art fair, but our part of the world is in a very bad situation, and the media is not allowing people to speak. So culture should be the safe space where people can express. Media is often very much controlled. So right now, Gaza is at a blackout. Journalists have been killed, assassinated, and there's no way for people to communicate. So I'm using my voice for the people in Palestine and Gaza. I'm getting emotional, sorry. This is an artist that I worked with a very long time ago. He also passed away, not in Palestine. He passed away for medical reasons, but he is a Palestinian, lived in Kuwait, lived in Japan, and lived in the US, and is always trying to find his identity. You know, the keffiyeh scarf is a symbol of Palestine, but also a symbol of resistance when you're living under an occupation for 75 years and you have no home, and are also very much controlled by the superpowers that are trying to kill people's hopes and dreams. But I think places like this that bring people together are so important. So Tariq Al-Hussein was an artist that I knew when I was very young. And when I took over Sharjah Biennial, he was one of the artists that was exhibiting. And Sharjah Biennial was very much about country representation. And I looked at his work and I thought, that's a very complex question, to put people in boxes for countries, you know. And it was very important to create a space that was truly global, that brings people together, no matter what your identity or ethnicity. Everybody has the same struggles. Everybody wants to, you know, wake up in the morning, pay their bills, feed their children, drink water, you know, have clean water. So at the end of the day, we're all the same. And I think these kind of spaces of culture really get to you. They get to people's, whether it's music or films, or it gets to the hearts of the problem and the occasion. So I wanted to mention Tariq Al-Hussein as amazing photographer. And then I also wanted to mention another Palestinian artist, Abdul Hayim Sallam Zarara. Abdul Hayim Sallam is actually, he passed away recently. He was living in a refugee camp in Jordan, but he was a Palestinian freedom fighter and a self-taught artist. I did a solo show for him quite a few years ago. He also participated in Sharjah Biennial, also had some works at an exhibition at the New Museum. He works with mud and sawdust, and he creates these relief sculptures. He has a lot of amazing work. You could see his work on our website, but also see other works online. He was part of a huge moment of solidarity where there was a world solidarity for everything that was happening in the world. He has an artwork about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He has an artwork about Chile. And it really was a time of solidarity, and they created a lot of posters from these works. So that was a little bit of an introduction to say, please keep Palestine in your thoughts. Please do the real research and find out what is really happening on the ground, and say your prayers for the nearly 8,000 people who were massacred, 3,000 children with white phosphorus and chemical weapons. So I would hope for everybody to just send their prayers to Palestine, please. And then back to Sharjah Biennial. So this is Sharjah Biennial when I was growing up, was in the Trade Center, Sharjah Expo, in 1993. So this was a place where we had the book fair and all different events. It was very quirky, it was very cool, but this is the biennial that I grew up with as a child, or early teen, 13. So I met a lot of artists when I was there, and I knew that I wanted to be an artist. I went to art school, and in 2002, I was in Berlin, and somebody said to me, you should go to Kassel to see Documenta 11. I had never been to any biennial outside of Sharjah Biennial. I didn't know what a biennial was other than Sharjah Biennial. So I visited Documenta 11, curated by Okwi Envizor, and I thought, wow, the whole world is here. This is an exhibition about a global conversation, but why is it in a German town that I've never heard of? Like, what is Kassel? You know, why does everybody have to go to this place? And not everybody can afford to go to Germany. So we have a space. This space should be a space to have these conversations. So in 2002, I decided to ask some questions and see, you know, what is the biennial? How does it work? And they said, yeah, you can join the committee. But I wanted to make so many changes, and they didn't want to make the changes because they were all these artists, and they were doing the same routine. You know, they put their friends, they put Egyptian Minister of Culture in every exhibition, and I said, no, well, this is not what it should be. You know, it should be a curated exhibition. It should be a conversation. It shouldn't look like, no offense, it shouldn't look like an art fair. It should be site-specific. It needs to engage with the city, with old buildings, with, you know, the neighborhoods. It should be biennials should be a place, exhibitions that reach the people. Don't expect the people to come to them. Sometimes people feel like museums are only for the elites. They're not for the public. But our biennials, we have children that just come on their own. They bring their parents. That's really what a biennial can do to a city that maybe museums can't, because they have a lot of different types of stricter rules. So I took over in 2002. Unfortunately, when we were opening our biennial in 2003, the war in Iraq broke out. So the American troops marched into Iraq just at our opening, around our opening. So a lot of American artists were too scared to fly because, you know, our part of the world is very dangerous, and the war was happening. So a lot of other artists said, no, we stand in solidarity with the Iraqi people. Others, Tariq's work from that first biennial, you could see. I had them on light boxes as well. So this artist, Zain Mustafa, you can read a little bit here, but in New York, they did a protest against the war in Iraq. They did it in London. I joined the one in London. They did it all over the world. In New York, this artist, he's a Pakistani-American artist. He did this thing where he took the Pakistani dress, the kurtas, and had people, had them hanging in the middle of the protest. So I just wanted to put this thing because it's very symbolic now, actually. In 2003, that's my father signing "Silence the Bombs." Because it's really important that culture is a space to demonstrate people suffering, and I feel yesterday I think 600 troops are back in Syria and back in Iraq again. So it's an endless situation that has to stop, and the lies of these chemical weapons that don't exist also have to stop. Another artist who also did a project to reflect on the displacement of people was Iranian artist Taraneh Himami, who lives in the US. So this was also very emotional work that was happening. Tariq Al-Hussein, again with an American artist, did this project called War Rooms. It's about the media and the judgment that happens within the Western media and what it tells you about what is happening in certain countries, but how the media tries to control you. So this was a very moving work, and it was interesting for me to reflect back on that during this time and to make the connections 20 years later. So this was Okwi Enwezor. He became one of the jury members in Sharjah Biennial, and he has been so supportive as somebody who saw that what we were trying to do in Sharjah was as important, but he was trying to do with his career. He opened so many doors for people of color, for us to tell our own stories in our own way and not have it narrated to us by the West, or be boxed in or categorized in a way that suits them. So I learned a lot from Okwi. I invited him to curate Sharjah Biennial 15. Unfortunately, he passed away before and asked me to do it instead. So I think voices like that are really important in our circles. Beirut Caoutchouc is a work by Marwan Rashmawi, actually Palestinian Lebanese artist living in Lebanon, looking at the city of Beirut and creating this kind of walkable city in rubber. What's interesting with this is that this was later acquired by Tate Modern, so maybe you see it at Tate Modern now. You know that we commissioned it for the biennial. We have also one in our collection. Nari Ward was really interesting. Nari came back in Sharjah. I didn't put a picture of his current installation in the biennial, latest one, because I didn't like the one I had on my computer. But it was interesting that in 2005, he did this project called Birdhouse. And a lot of these artists that participated at that time are now on to having, a new museum solo exhibition, Brooklyn solo exhibition. And what is interesting is when you work with artists and the long-term collaborations that come out of it, and to see the journey nearly 20 years later. When I spoke about biennials entering the cities, you could see like Hezububu Negron cigarette butt rug. So working in the marketplace, working in different site-specific places. Another artist, so I'm putting a lot of artists that I worked with who we lost. So Amal Qinawi passed away from cancer a very long time ago. We did a solo show for her, but this was one of her strongest works, which was this performance that she did called Nonstop Conversation, where she wrapped this building with these padded mattresses. She was very much talking about women's issues and talking about also her story behind her illness that was taking over her with the cancer. And she does these beautiful animations as well, drawings and animations. We're working on a publication for her now. Mona Hatoum. So when I took over Sharjah Biennial, the expo center was not in, the biennial wasn't going to be in the tent anymore. There was a large new exhibition center that was taking place. So this was the space. But I had so many problems with the space. First of all, they were very difficult to work with. And every time we had a problem, they kept telling me, yeah, but we're giving you the space for free, so you better appreciate it. So I said, okay, I won't come back. And now they said, when are you going to use the space? I said, I'm not using it anymore. This was the last time we used it in 2006. Because I found it also very isolating. We're in one hall, and the next hall there's a jewelry exhibition. And the next hall, so it's a trade center, a trade fair. And I didn't want to put art into that thing because we're not selling the art. This is a biennial, it's a different type of conversation. So this was the last time we used the building. Thomas Saraceno was there. Halal Kosi, this is a work we did in the museum. This work was acquired by Tate, but I don't think they've ever shown it. I haven't seen it on display, but they bought it after we commissioned it for the biennial. Basma Sharif, another artist, talking about the distance from Gaza to Jerusalem and other places. It's called We Began by Measuring Distance. A lot of the artists that we worked with also continue to come and be artists in residence, and also we have a production program grant to help them produce new work. Sharif Waqid, this is an old work, and this was shown in a Morie exhibition called Arab Express? No, Arab, I forgot now. It was Fumio's exhibition on the Arab world. It was a long time ago, but they showed this work. So basically, it's also about misrepresentation. And this famous actor is reading. He has a gun, he has a map, flag behind him. But actually, what he's reading is 1001 Arabian Nights. And it's about the story behind 1001 Arabian Nights, and this prolonging, this waiting, trying to make their life last longer by reading the story. So this was also acquired by Tate Modern. We have a copy as well. But yeah, it was also shown in the Morie exhibition a long time ago. I don't remember the date. NS Harsha, Nations. Sorry, I put a lot of text here. This was a really interesting project. The area that we're in, Sharjah, has a lot of tailors. So a lot of people were, you could hear the tailors like behind the office. So we worked with the local tailors to create this installation, which was really beautiful, talking about nationalism and flags and nations and what does that mean. Another project which was ongoing at Camp. Camp is a collective from India. So where our office is, actually where that ladder is on the top, the two little windows on the left are my office over there, that little building on the top. I have the little room that's hidden. But that used to be more of a cafe, and they used the rooftop to look over to the ocean, and that's where the sailors dock their ships. So Sharjah is very much an important trade route. So we have all these big old ships coming from Somalia, from India, bringing everything, anything you can think of. So we did this project in collaboration with the sailors, and they continued to do this project. We did a radio station called Radio Mina, and then, oops, hang on, I can go back one. And then the project became a film for Yuko, that was shown in Yuko Hasegawa's Biennale. This was a work by Slavs and Tartars called Friendship of Nations. I put this picture because you could see all the art world coming to Sharjah to pick artists for their exhibitions, which I thought was funny. So you see Catherine David, Glenn Lowry, Peter Ely, Dorian Chung, everybody, which was quite hilarious, with our local guys hanging out down there. After this, Slavs and Tartars got a little exhibition at MoMA, which was quite nice. So it was really important for us that actually Sharjah Biennial is a space where artists can also get their work seen and go on to have exhibitions in other places in the world. Imran Qureshi did this project about Blessings Upon the Land of My Love. This was done, it was during the Arab Spring, but he was doing it, talking about a bombing that happened in the marketplace in Lahore. So it's about the place that he loves and witnessing this like massive suicide bomb that took place. So if you get close, there are actually really beautiful flowers that are painted. He's a miniature painter. But then where the drain is in the middle, it's almost like blood going down. It worked really well here. The work went to be shown again on the rooftop of the Met and other places. I think site specificity is very important. I don't think the message was the same on the rooftop of the Met than in this kind of place. He also did it in Sydney Biennial on Cockatoo Island, and it made sense there because of the violence that happened over there, the historic violence. Al Shauki, this was part of also the biennial that Yuko Hasegawa curated in 2013. Wa'al was in residence in Sharjah with this project where he worked with a lot of the technicians and technical staff at the Sharjah Art Foundation and asked them to create a script, to create lyrics from art world, kind of like, what is it called? Institutional statements, like it's like a, what was the word? I'm losing my words in English now. Almost like institutional frameworks, but turning into a song. And they were interested in Qawwali music because most of them are from Pakistan, so they worked with Qawwali musicians to create this performance. I didn't put any videos, but all links are available on our website. So that was the image I was looking for. So the work with the sailors continued to create another project, which was called From Gulf to Gulf to Gulf, where the artists worked with the local, with the sailors to film their own journeys on their mobile phones, and they created a film. And we showed it right on the, so where the lamppost is, that's where the ships come, literally just there. So we created a little cinema, and they would come every day, watch themselves, well, their families would come, and it really garnered a lot of crowds. So again, with the biennial that Yuko curated, Sharjah Biennial 11, she invited Apichatpong Versatakul to create a cinema. So he worked with Ole Shireen, architect who he worked with before, to make a cinema that looks like a rooftop, because our old buildings and the old houses look like this. So you're almost imagining you're on the rooftops of buildings. This area was meant to be our phase 2 of construction, but when we got this cinema, we couldn't let it go. So it's our permanent cinema now. That wall is the building of our exhibition space. This is another building, is the Kalba Ice Factory on the East Coast. So we always like to use buildings before they get renovated. So I'm going to go quickly here, because I'm taking too long. So these are the new buildings that we built around the old city, and you could see the sea. So this is kind of one of the main sites where we grew from. Universality versus locality. So look, I'm always interested in local buildings with history, because when you work with an existing building, it's already in people's history and in their minds. When you build a new building, you're starting from scratch. So I'm known for scouting a lot of old buildings and repurposing them. This was an old, actually it used to be a French bakery in the 70s. Then it became a supermarket when I was a child. And then it became another supermarket, and then it became a fast food chicken place, and then Sharjah Art Foundation. So we renovated it. This is the second renovation. So we created a little piazza. When we did the first renovation, it was only the building. I really wanted to turn it back into its brutalist concrete shell. But all the local people that live in the neighborhood sent me messages on Instagram. Oh, you should open a coffee shop there. I thought, but I removed the chicken place because I want an open exhibition space. But obviously, if people living there saying we want a cafe, maybe we can go under, because I think there was storage underneath. There wasn't a whole floor underneath, but we dug, it took us 2 years, we dug under, and we have a cafe, and this is an old picture, but we have like a library, reading room, and instead of it being a dark basement, we have a little garden, like a sunken garden. And it's a very popular space now. Students come to work there. This is a building that I've been trying to renovate for the longest time, but my budget request keeps getting rejected. But it was a privately owned cinema. Now we own it, and artists have done research in it. We've done one performance that we did in there. It's the old cinema on the East Coast in the mountain area. This is not the best picture, but the projection that you'll see is actually Taro Shinoda's performance of the moon that he did in Sharjah with Uriel Barthelemy. But what I liked about this photo is that it really shows a space of people coming together, and it was a very magical moment of seeing the moon over the desert. I think it was really beautiful. We had a lot of spaces that we turned into public community gardens, which is important. I'm going to move quickly because I haven't even reached Sharjah Biennial 15. This is Sharjah Biennial 15. Tanya Al-Khouri talking about power in Lebanon, power as in electricity, and then power as in who holds the power. Faustin Liankula talking about restitution in Africa, and it was a work inspired when he was in residence at the Met, and he found some of the statues at the Met from his family's ancestry back in the Congo. Black Grace, a dance company from New Zealand. Actually, they are Samoan and Morie. This is a new commission we did for Sharjah Biennial called Paradise Rumor, talking about the Pacific Islands, and the biennial title is Thinking Historically in the Present, so thinking about the history of the Pacific Islands, of extraction, of colonialism, but now the current issues of people in New Zealand and Australia talking about Pacific labor being a strain on their government. UAE artists and musicians, again talking about the connection between East Africa and the UAE. Our music in the UAE is African music. People assume it's Arabic, maybe the music is like Egypt. We're very different from Egypt and the other Arab countries. We have the oud, but we also have the drums, and we have the beat, and we have all the instruments that they use in East Africa. So this is something that's all come through the trade, through the boats, through the spice trade. So that's really important to bring these connections together. This is a talk in the marketplace with Jory Minaya, talking about artworks like the islands and exoticizing Caribbean islands. I'm going to stop now. And this is Gabriela Golder looking at the protests in Chile, in Hong Kong, in many places where police target the eyes. So it's called Tear Out the Eyes. And it was very interesting to hold this performance, but she worked with students of the Academy for Performing Arts. And then Michael Rakovitz talking about the history of his family as Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq and what it means to leave Iraq and leave the industry, the date industry that they had. And John Akamfra's installation, just because it looks really great, I wanted to end with this photo. I think that was it. Sorry, thanks. Sorry, that was 20 years of history into one.
Wow, it's so great to hear like the trajectory of Sharjah Biennial from you, and also thanks for speaking out about this imminent and important issue of today's, what is happening in the world today, and it really connects and relates to the topic we are talking. Yeah, I mean, I had a chance to see this year the Sharjah Biennial you curated. I visited once before, but this time I noticed you actually expand the biennial to 5 different cities in the country. So I mean, well, it's, as a organizer, it's a challenging, and also it risks that risky because as it's so expanded, some audience might not have couldn't see all the venues, but I felt like I really enjoyed the trip between the cities. So then I could understand a bit better the landscapes. And for me, as I presented, landscape, the nature, is very important to understand the life of the cities, people's way of life and thinking. So I think it also affects a lot on the exhibition itself. So I wanted to hear why you decided what led to your decision to expand the exhibition's spatial scope to such an extent, and which part of Sharjah you wanted to share with the audience out of this exhibition context? Yeah.
Thanks, that's a good question. So for me, it was doing the biennial in Sharjah was always about decentering the biennial, right? So decentering and then decentering from the center. But what I noticed in Sharjah, when we have a lot of festivals, they do the main one in the city and then something small in this village, something small in that village. And I think that's not fair. Does that mean that the people in this area get, better education because they've witnessed so many more events? Do they have to make the trip? Why don't the others make the trip that way? So I felt it wasn't fair, and also at the same time, I didn't want to just do something simple in these places. No, I wanted to take a very special building in their town and make it be like, oh, this is our space. So the factory is in one town. It's called Kalba Ice Factory. The clinic is in another town. Another studios in another town with an old government building. So each one has its town, and they're very proud of their art space and their exhibition space. And also, another thing for me, and each one had a lot of artists, because I noticed as we visit biennials, some people say, oh, there's only one artist there, I don't have time to go. But no, you can't choose, because each one has one or two very well-known artists. So you have to drive 2 hours to see Doris Salcedo and Nari Ward and Ibrahim Mahama. So you have to go. You have to go the other way, because Kerry James Marshall and Veronica Ryan. So it was really interesting that people made the effort to go everywhere. But also what was really important for me is I kept hearing a lot of people saying, oh yeah, I visited Sharjah, just the museum. And I was like, that's not Sharjah, that's just my office, and that's just the first space. The biennial is so much more than that, and I wanted people to experience the journey as part of the biennial. So you drive through desert, mountain, and sea.
Yeah, so since we don't have much time,
all right.
I would just ask one more question. You have been traveling to various countries, and now you recently finished several projects, but also you're working on new projects, exhibition in Japan as well. And whenever you go, you immerse yourself in the country by yourself, alone. And then, I don't know, you are in between different cultures, and you're experiencing differences, but also maybe the connections as well. So considering to our subjects today, have you noticed any connections between these intercultural connections, and share the issues among the places you've recently traveled? And what is the biggest issue or concern to experience through these travels?
Yeah, so recently I opened 2 exhibitions in September, one in Paris, one in Tunis. And they seemed very similar because they were talking about similar issues, like the migration of North African workers to France, and then the racism and migration and labor. And then I really wanted to talk about the current situation with sub-Saharan migrants coming into Tunis and the racism that they are also facing there. So it was important to do talks and screenings around that in Tunis, because if something happens at a government level, that's not how the people feel, and the people were very upset. So it was important to have this space to have these discussions. So I like it to very much relate to the place, but there's always, the world is so connected. There's so much that is similar. And what I find about Aichi Triennial, which I really, it resonates with me, because Aichi has an exhibition in Nagoya and then another city. So this idea is really important, and I feel like it makes it very inclusive, that every edition, some other city in Aichi gets to be part of it, which is really special. So I don't know if you read the announcement. We're in Seto City on the 13th of September, 2025. Save the dates. I'm going to see everybody there. I wanted to also mention that Haeju's curating the Singapore Pavilion in the next Venice Biennial. So if you're going to be in Venice, it'll be great for you to also see that.
I will see you all there too.
Yeah. And we have about 7 minutes for questions. I'm sorry, I went over. Yeah. Are there any questions from anyone? If not, we're good. If not, I have a question for you. If not, I have a question for Haeju. Haeju, you just moved to Singapore.
Mm-hmm.
What was interesting is that you just moved to Singapore to work at Singapore Art Museum, but you were selected to curate the Singapore Pavilion
Yeah.
with an amazing artist. So could you tell us a little bit about not whatever you can tell us about the process? Yeah.
I mean, I moved to Singapore this February, and I didn't, of course, expect to work for the Singapore Pavilion. But after staying in 2 months, around 2 months later, I got this invitation of working for Singapore Pavilion, which I've never imagined, and greatly surprised. And the process is that in Singapore's case, the committee select the artist first, and then the artist invite the curator. But of course, the artist has to have an agreement with organizers and then commissioners to work with the designated curators. And I just merely arrived. So, I mean, it was for me a good sign that nowadays the pavilions, the Venice pavilions, are challenging these boundaries of national boundaries and more open to the expertise of the curator and focusing how to help and how to make a good exhibition for the artist. So, for instance, the Japan Pavilion invited Korean curator and Korean Pavilion. One of the Korean Pavilion curator is also from abroad, and also I'm working for Singapore. So, beyond these national boundaries, maybe I have a hope that the Venice pavilions can have a place for more harmonized space, instead of being on competitions between the countries, and put a more voice on the important issues that we can speak out in the world today, and more focus on artists' own production and help them to have their best in the exhibitions. Yeah. So I'm greatly surprised and honored, and trying to do my best to make good exhibition with Robert Zhao Runhi. Yeah.
He's a great artist. Thank you. I don't know if we have any questions. We have like 4 minutes. Otherwise, we can wrap up. You have one. Oh, you have 2 questions. Go ahead. Nihongo, eigo. Eigo.
Thank you for great presentation. I want to just ask, have you today's topic is localization in the
universality.
Yeah, universalization. So have you feel when in process to come to Japan, or even alive in Japan, have you feel something about localization in the universalization?
It's hard for me because I studied Japanese 20 years ago, so I've been coming to Japan for a long
but
time.
Just for you stay long time here.
Hi.
Okay. So, but so for you, for example, if you stay in Japan, you feel
I feel like it's
else?
changed a lot in the last 20 years. When I used to come, it was better practice for me because nobody spoke English. It was perfect, and I felt really kind of I felt at home because I was a student. I was studying the language, but now more and more people are coming, which is great for the economy. But it's also it's especially after the pandemic. I feel like many tourists are here.
Yeah.
So I think it has changed a lot. But I felt that those are tourists that are coming rather than the cultural activities. In Japan, the cultural activities seem to always look west.
Yeah.
Sometimes they look at some Southeast Asia around, but not so much in the Middle East, sorry, the colonial term, Middle East or Africa or West Asia. So I feel like that's a space that needs to be worked on some more. Of course, Mami's exhibition and Aichi Triennale had a lot of artists, and actually Aichi Triennale since the beginning had a lot of artists also from Palestine and other places. So I think that's something that would be different.
Yeah, totally agree. It's a good point. Thank you.
I think we have 2 minutes. Sorry.
I'll be very quick. First of all, thank you for this year's edition of the Sharjah Biennial. It was such a special experience. And what I mostly appreciated also is how you gradually allow the visitors to discover site after site, and also the different strata of nature, geology. And I felt the opening days, they were almost like a ritual, you know, that you can't just consume the art, but there's a specific context and concentration. So I just wanted to hear a bit more from you about the importance of ritual in your curatorial activity.
So I postponed the biennial by 2 years, and I added an extra month because I feel like everything is happening too quickly. People need to spend time with art, take time. I had very long films, and I remember one artist saying, "Oh, you have a lot of films. Should I make my film shorter if people don't have time?" I said, if they don't have time, they don't have to watch it. There are people who live here, who are coming every weekend, and they want to watch your film. And your film's not only going to be shown here, it's going to be shown in other places. Maybe it'll be shown in a film festival. So don't compromise your work because of one event. Do what you want to do and make the best work that you can do for this project, because this is where you have the funding for it, and this is where it's going to be seen. The work was then, it was Alina Mota, it was then shown in Sao Paulo Biennale, and so it went off to do a lot of great things. So I feel like that was important, taking time. And that's what I'm hoping to do also for Aichi. I don't want people to rush, try to see everything really quickly, because mentally it's exhausting trying to see too much. And also, artists spend time creating work, curators spend time researching work, and then the consumer consumes it like this. They look at it and they're like, okay, I've seen it. And I've had some artists say, oh, the statistics are people have this many minutes to look at artwork. I don't care about statistics. Not everybody is the same. People are people. Maybe I want to sit and watch. I went to the Ambient Tokyo for Sakamoto and Taketani's work. You spend an hour there. So I think it's important to let the work speak for itself, and people take time. If you're traveling, understandably, but biennials are about the local audience more than anything, because this is their space, their home. And they can come back and bring their families and friends. Okay, I think we're on time. Sorry. A little bit of Arabic style and Japanese style. We're on done. Thank you. And thanks for coming.
はい、では、ちょっと残念ながらお時間となりました。
Thank you so much. I'm afraid the time has come to conclude this session. So at ACK Talks, we have remaining today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we have different programs. And also these ACK Talks are available online as well. So please enjoy them. So once again, Hoor Al Qasimi-san and Kim Haeju-san, thank you very much for your excellent talks.
を下げてました。失礼。はははは。
時間になったら入ります。はい。
それではお時間となりましたので始めさせていただきます。
Now we'll start talk 2. In 2023 at ACK Talks, we'll have 11 talk programs with the theme Vision of a Tone World, Circulation and Coexistence at the focal point. Together with the invited speakers from both domestic and international backgrounds, we'll explore the value and role of art in contemporary society. Additionally, we'll delve into ideas surrounding art and the relationship between cities, including Kyoto, and the world of art. Kito, Kengo, Morie, Kota, and Akiyoshi Yasuda are the presenters today with the support of Melco. In Anonymous Art Project in 2023, they promoted an anonymous art collection, and they gave Art of the Year, and the awardee was Kengo Kito. In this talk, Mr. Kito and Mr. Kota Morie and Mr. Yasuda Akiyoshi are going to talk about the collaboration they created together.
はい、
もうそのままでいいですか。はい。それではアノニマスコレクション。
This is anonymous collection, anonymous art project. We'll have 1 hour for this talk.
切り替えて準備いたします。
Let me prepare the screen.
はすでに会場でもご覧になった。
Today, as you saw at the venue, we are going to talk about the images and also installation art pieces. We'll talk about the background of those creations and also the aspirations of the artists who are involved in this project. As we have long hour, 1 hour, we are going to have a discussion in a relaxed manner. This is about anonymous art project. At Omotesando and Harajuku in Tokyo, we invited young artists and also established artists to promote their activities.
作家のアートっていうのは
The artworks of the popular artists after publication or after purchase, it's rare to be exhibited in public, but thanks to the efforts of the collectors and together with the artists, we exhibited them at Harajuku, and they were free, and visitors could take pictures freely, and they were allowed to put them up on SNS. So we want to talk about those art projects. First, we want to talk about anonymous art project, and then followed by discussion by the artists.
1月よりスタートしました。
This project started in January this year at Harajuku Zero Bees in front of Jingu was the venue. On an experimental basis, we set up those art pieces in this venue. We were not sure what's going to happen. We were very nervous and we had a lot of expectations as well. And after summer, on 24th of September, this venue was closed at Harajuku, but at Aoyama Face Building, we exhibited new art pieces.
先ほど申しました、半年間、約半年にわたる活動。
For about 6 months,
そして
we conducted this project at Harajuku Omotesando, and we are going to have the same project in Nagoya and many other places.
皆さんの活動、それから作品
Their activities and art pieces
に進めております。
will be displayed in those places.
そして
From January to September, and this is still ongoing, we are having 29 programs and 3 competitions. Among them was innovative artists and emerging artists. This is to identify young and capable artists.
Anonymous Art Project は
Anonymous Art Project doesn't do advertisement. Basically, we advertise them at SNS, like Instagram. Now we have followers of 1,350.
過去の活動は全部掲載しておるので
The past activities are all put up on SNS, so if you're interested, please take a look at them. So those are the 23 programs. We had one program for 2 weeks. We set up the venue at night time and removed the sites at night time as well. So those are all available in our archive. For about 9 months, about 27,000 people visited our venue. And the significance of this number is that according to the statistics, there are 497 museums in Japan, and the median of the visitors is 16,000. And as compared to that, in only 9 months, we attracted 27,000 people. This may be because of the attractive venue of Harajuku and also because of the power of the art.
あと、そのなんとか館とかですね、いわゆる博物館、水族館。
Museums and aquariums, there are many types of museums, and we learned that about 14,000 visitors
25%
is what they have.
しているデータなので、
So that's about 25% of them.
アートに触れる場所とアートの関係というのが見直されるのかなというふうに思いました。
So this was about the statistics, about the number of visitors that we had. Now, Mr. Kito received Anonymous Collection Award 2023, and this is the images inspired by his work. About collaboration, I tried to come up with this figure to explain the collaboration. The right side is fine art, and left side is industry and economy, and in between we have collaboration. Morie-san and Akiyoshi-san, they are commercial-based artists.
今回加わってどのようなも
By the support with them, we wanted to explore what we could do, what we can create by the collaboration.
いわゆる芸術界の中でのコラボレーション
Kito-san just mentioned that we always had collaboration within the art, and we also had collaboration within the industry, such as open innovation.
ですが、今回我々
However, what we are trying to do is collaboration between art and industry.
かなというふうに考えております。はい、では、登壇者の紹介を。
Now, let me introduce the panelist.
Kito Kengo さん、
Kengo Kito, Mr. Kengo Kito, he's a contemporary artist. He's a very well-known artist.
を、ベースに展示をさせていただきまして、
He has an exhibition based on fluff hoop and also images inspired by them and the music inspired by his art piece.
制作いただいた森江君。
And he's Kota Morie. He was in charge of the images.
アートの方に伝え方が難しかったので、ちょっとミーハーな話、夜遊びのミュージックビデオを作ってますよとか。
He said that he created some pieces like a music video.
さまざまな
But he's involved in the creation of many pieces involving CG and animation. And sound creator, Mr. Yasuda Akiyoshi.
電子楽器などを使いながら、
He mainly used electronic sounds
非常に
with noises. It's very mythical without any verbs or lyrics.
音楽であるとか。
He's in charge of, he provided his music for NHK TV programs as well.
プロジェクトというところで今、
And let me introduce myself. I belong to Anonymous Art Projects.
関係でもいろいろ仕事をしておりまして、今回
I had an experience of industrial design as well. That's why I'm supporting this project. Now I would like to ask the panelists to have a discussion or dialogue.
ちょっと紀藤さんに
First, Mr. Kito,
アノニマスコレクターから依頼を受けた
you were consigned your work from Anonymous Collector. If you can talk about the background of what happened. I think it was in February or March. If you can talk about how it all started. At the beginning,
たくさんね作品を買われたという話をされましたけど、
you said that you purchased many art pieces. The first encounter, the beginning was the purchase of the art piece. Of course, I didn't see the person who purchased my art pieces when he purchased it. But after that, we had an opportunity to have a discussion, and that's how it started. We rented Zero Base, the venue, and he said that he wanted to display art pieces in that venue, and that's how it all started. The exhibition is not usually planned by artists. Instead, we have planner or producer, and anonymous person came in as a producer or planner, and he came to me to talk about what he wanted to do in that venue. He wanted me to create one art piece which
which is a good fit for that space together with those two artists.
It is not the same as a collaboration in fashion industries, as was briefly mentioned. In a different form, well, the form of the collaboration can be something new. That was a proposal. And we encountered these two and then started a discussion how to do it. The stage, the first venue was Omotesando of Harajuku with heavy traffic. There are a lot of young people flocking around this place. An anonymous building right in front of the Omotesando station. It's a small thin building with a glass for exhibition, and there is a big signage on the top. This was owned by the advertisement agency, and these were used for the artwork. And this lineup of the people, starting line was we purchased the artworks, and it took some time for all of three to get together. And then the next was the contact with Akiyoshi-san. So could you elaborate on how this relationship evolved? Initially, we heard about something will be done with this space, and the talk about signage came to me. And who wants to be engaged in it, I was asked, so I wanted to work together with Mr. Morie. This is how we started our relationship. Okay, then moving to Mr. Morie. When you were asked to work together with him for this, what came to your mind first? Well, when we were consigned, and then we met the host and organizers, and this project sounded interesting, so I decided to accept the offer. Then three of you had meetings, and you might have several meetings with anonymous collectors. Did you have any worry, concerns? Did you think that everything would go well? Well, the art came into the center in the latter half of the phase, but at the initial phase, did you have a clear idea what you wanted to do? I'm asking this because the films and music, usually there will be some specific request from your clients. For the commercial purposes, you have a clear-cut idea of who are the clients. But this must have been more ambiguous. How did you cope with this? Starting with Morie-san. When I saw and met the organizers, and then anything can go. It's up to us, they said to me. And they said that they are not going to take a look at the artworks until the completion. That itself was a problem, but I started my work anyway. And this special screen shape and this specific locations, we wanted to utilize this uniqueness, and also we wanted to make it somewhat eye-catching. And as this is a collaboration, we wanted to have a certain significance of having a collaboration in the expression of this image. We wanted to have something tangible for that. We spent quite a time to develop the concept to that end. Right. So the collaboration partner is Kito-san. What did you think about it when you heard about it for the first time? Initially, when I met him, he looked very intimidating. And on the first day, at night, on the same day I saw him, we went together to go out and drink. And I think all of you are in art world. I had no experience about education of art, and I am not claiming myself as an artist. So what is the art world like, and how is it operated? I was interested in that. And when I met him for the first time, I asked him to give a kind of lecture about what art is. So what specifically did you talk? And I don't remember that at all because we are over alcohol. Well, I don't have any recollection. But anyway, please share what you mentioned. Sorry, I don't remember anything, any bit. But when he was introduced to me, well, in art, the film, the producers, I often see these producers, but those who are working in a commercial world, I don't have a lot of opportunities to work with them. So what is the world where each of us lives in? Knowing that was the first step. And Suzuki-san, maybe somewhere in the middle, you have some exposure to something ambient. So you may in a different position. So three of us, all of us are starting from a different positions. But he had some experience working together with Murakami-san. So there might have been some experience even before this. So we started the collaboration rather smoothly. And then I use hula hoop in my artworks, and to that as an element for that, I hope that we can have some kind of collaboration. That's how I started. Murakami is that it refers to the super flat on the opening ceremony. Now Yasuda-san. So the first request was rather ambiguous. Well, for me, usually in my regular work, there are certain restrictions and limits. So something very free meant that I am trusted fully. Well, typically, I get a contract for work, then I can use a lot of freedom in my sound. Usually I make J-pop, but I wanted to be more engaged in noise and ambient sounds. If I can exert that part, and then that will be a lot of fun. So I rushed, and then I was excited making it. How long is it? 1 hour in total. So do you get some commercial request for 1 hour length of music? Well, if it is a soundtrack, yes, that is the typical length. So you composed it rather quickly. 1 hour length music. Well, I usually don't have a struggle in making it, but still it took 2 weeks or so in total. And then Kito or Morie-san's works, did you have their works in mind when you were composing and creating sounds? Well, so 1 hour, and there is the one for the collaboration. Then for the 1 hour ones, I singly made it, and for the collaborations, there was an element of what Morie-san think about Kito-san. So the concept starts from that. Well, as a collaborator, the people will be on the equal footing as an important element, and then that they can't take away from us. And quiet sequence and untitled. There are 3 titles here, and for this exhibition, what about having one single titles for this exhibition? I asked Kito-san about that. However, as was mentioned, based on the concept, 3 have a different concept in their mind, so 3 have to have 3 different titles. And this is how we came up with these titles. Now, let's take a look at the start of the collaborations more deeply. Morie-san, on 3D CG, you have been engaged in that since you are 19 years old. And then now you don't have a restriction in coming up with a new work here. But what was your point to make this 3D CG, and how did you use strength of 3D CG? Well, the 3-dimensional and 4-dimensionals, those are the things I would like you to point out.
Well,
when you go to Omotesando, you will know it. It's high street with lots of brand, and there are lots of posh commercials. Some are real picture, others are made of CG. And when you stand at the position, and then that screen will be looking like more 3-dimensional from this angle exactly.
This screen itself is originally flat, but depending on how you stand, it looks 3D. This is a very special kind of screen. This is what's interesting about this screen. By using 3D capability, I try to figure out what I can do or what I can achieve.
That
was the starting point. I use CG for my living. So by using CG, I wanted to think about what I should put in this space to make it meaningful. The concept of this piece is Kito-san once mentioned at Ginza 6. You had an event at Ginza 6. I went to see that exhibition of Kito-san, and the title of that exhibition was about lines.
でなんかその紀藤さんの作品でこのフラフープのような立体もあれば平面も
He has 3D objects like hula hoop, but on the other hand he has 2D pieces like lines, and I thought it was interesting that he is dealing with both 2D and 3D. 3D CG is conceptually it's 4G. Because it's a hypothetical 3D item in the PC, and then we have an element of time. That time axis can be reversed as well.
CG ならではでできるその次元をどんどん
I wanted to expand
ことで
the axis
のメディアを使って半立体
by I wanted to find some meaning to it by increasing the axis. I'm not making any senses, I think. As we had a discussion with Morie-san yesterday, he mentioned time axis. I think that's a key. There was a ball falling down. Yes, one example is on the internet. It went viral. For example, let's say there is a big glass, and let's say that there are 1,000 balls in that glass, and each one of those colors have 10 different colors, meaning that there are 10 balls for each color. And then let's say that there are 10 different glasses by having painted in those 10 different colors. And let's say that those balls are coming down to one of those glasses. And what happened in that film was that the red balls went into red glass and blue color balls went into blue glasses. And people, the viewers, wondered why it could happen. But for creators, it's easy to make it by CG and makes it look like a picture or a real film. In the CG world, we divided 1,000 balls into 10 different movements. By dividing those 1,000 balls into 10 groups and then paint them with 10 different colors. So all those balls who went to yellow glasses were painted yellow. By reversing the time, we could do this. The time we are living is irreversible, but in 3G CD, we can reverse the time. So by taking advantage of that capability of 3DGC, we could create that film. I know that I'm not making any sense. But that film looked so surreal.
はい、私は昨日聞いてあっと思って、それ時間をやっぱりコントロールできるっていう。
So you are controlling the time. You have the right to control the time. You have the capability to control the time. That's why you can create that kind of pieces very freely. Now let's move on to music. Like films, you can create music by computers.
時間が。
Morie-san, you said that you can control the time. What is the characteristic or particular nature of music? There is no time access to creating music.
単純に僕が映像に音楽。
Simply speaking, when I create music for film, is that even if we have a big overall concept,
ですか、支えるものだけにはなりたくないなってセパレートされて。
I don't want to create music which is separated from the film.
っていうのは僕は常に。
We want to create a sound which can stand on its own and interfere with that film in a good way. That's what I want to aim for.
にじませる。
So you want to mix your music with the artwork? What do you mean? I don't know how to put it in words.
として音楽って映像。
Music
あくまで。
is different from film. Music may be just a supplement of the film, but I want my music to be independent so that it can compete with the film
もあるとは思うんです。
to make it rather uncomfortable.
口調するのも一つの付加価値ですけど。
By doing that, I want to add value to the artwork. By interfering with the film, I want to add something new value. Kito-san, what do you think?
動き出した時に
When filmmaker and music creators work with each other, do you give any advice?
いや、僕だけ作ってないんで、いわゆる僕は。
I'm the one who didn't create anything here.
ここからスタートだったので、なおかつ僕らは一応こういうことやりましょうねという内容は一応こういうものを作ってくださいとかじゃなくて。
It's not that I was asked to create some particular thing, and I didn't give any advice, and I didn't make any requests.
話してましたけど、もう自由にやっていただいて、じゃあ。
They could just create them freely, and we wanted to combine them on the day.
バラバラでも多分完成しているものというか、そもそもがそれで独立した作品だと。
So each one of them are independent, and they can stand on their own, and then we combine them for exhibition. So I think it's easier to understand if you look at the installation. I wanted to see what's going to happen when those two different independent things exhibited together. So if you exhibit them together, there are some unexpected consequences or unexpected thing which came out from that combination in a good way.
This
is Akiyoshi-san's sound work.
と思います。少し30秒ほど初期案を流し。
This was the initial version.
よろしくお願いします。というのが、約2ヶ月ぐらい経った時に上がってきました。
That was the initial version.
私たちのプロジェクトの方に最初はいわゆる、漫画を描く
At the beginning,
ものが色で付けられております。
there was a draft of that film, and together with that, we received this initial version of the music. If you have any comment, looking back at the time.
もので、
It was a draft version to check how it looks if you stand from this position.
音は
The sound we used
安田さんの、昔の
was
をちょっと拝借して
Yasuda-san's past piece.
って曲です。しかもそれもまた線つながり。
The title of that music was Line.
アルファベットで SEN ですよね。
SEN っていうタイトルにしてるんですけど。
SEN in alphabet.
And it was before I visited Kito-san's Sen event, line event, or I don't know, I may be wrong, but the Sen line, it was just a coincidence. So is it a coincidence? Yes. And then that put me in a difficult position later. Okay, so let's take a look at that problem later. So this music, this sound may be okay, I said, but he declined. Okay.
コラボする前にできちゃう。
So if that's okay, the collaboration would not be necessary in the first place because the piece is already there. Well, the sound was good, and then also the development of images. Well, probably because of my experience, the film needs ups and downs, and the films into 3/4 into it, there should be some culmination of the storylines in order to have an excitement. So I wanted to keep that.
まずは絵コンテを描いて。
And then I developed the draft image or the sketches. And then yesterday I heard this from Yasuda-san. It was actually not used, so this is before the change. It's a subtle difference, but please listen to it.
絵は一緒なんですけど、
The images are the same, however.
調整前、
this was before the adjustment, and after the adjustment, what was different? Well, we need to look at the finished version, the final version. Okay, again from the same angle. So basically, these are similar, but the first one was with less contrast. Everything was dark and inward looking. And then Morie-san told me that it is too dark. Yes, that's what I felt. So I was damaged, and by that, did you tell the difference? Did you see the difference? Well, it was a bit blurred or frosty, and then the notes and tones were also a bit different musically speaking. There are sounds which clarify the bright tones and the dark tones, but I took all these tones away, so it was blurred. but we bring it conspicuousness to that rhythm, and that is how we finished it, so that the rhythm and rhymes also had a more three-dimensional image. So contrast and then the ups and downs and the cloudedness. These are from the music sound producers, but the adjectives are the same as those for the artworks. So I think it is very interesting. So the sounds has a temporal axis, and then the making an adjustment may be sometimes a little more difficult, or no? Is it easier or more difficult when it comes to sounds? Well, I added a contrast to my original work, so that is just, it was not that difficult. So in me, this is something I regularly do. Mr. Kito, when the painter paints, the contrast, once you develop one, it may be difficult to come back. When you teach young artists and when you appreciate the arts, what about these adjustment controls for the finishing artwork? Well, that's a very difficult question. Well, whether the screen is bright or dark, it doesn't matter a lot. First, Suzuki-san came up with the music sounds, and we needed to collaborate with it, but usually we use the original one to the very end. And then that will be evaluated as an artwork. Well, my role is to respond to what I get, so it is not easy for us to ask them to make a change. And because my students are graduate school students, so I may suggest some adjustment, but I give some advice for the improvement in the future, but I usually don't tell to go back and make a change. So I may suggest the next time you may want to do this or that, but that's all I say. So in this case, again, I didn't do that. In a commercial project, the clients may have some request for you. And that is a norm, I think, in a commercial world. But in the art, it's a linear, it's one way. But in the digital sound and images, it can go back and forth. I think that's a major difference. Well, so when you have to work together with other group members to create something, it's different from your solo work. If it is a solo, you have to be responsible for everything. So that may be a bit different from the commercial world. It goes without saying. It is different from the group work. Morie-san, how many staff members were in this team to create these films and images? And is there any difference between solo work and group works? In relation to this, or generally for that matter. But rather than that, well, I think it's more interesting to listen to what specifically in this project is different from the other typical works. Probably there may be a struggle in this kind of a new setting. Well, when I was working in this, it was a lot of fun. For this, we used special CG software. Nobody knows this, or if you know that, please contact me. It's called Houdini in CG software. This is not the major one, but it's very good in quality. And the staff members who can operate this Houdini, we work together with them. And then it took a very long time to develop. I jittered whether I can make it in time. But the things we were doing was such a big work, so I understood their struggle, and so they have worked until the very end. So there was a little concern in terms of the timing, but basically we were allowed to do whatever we liked, so it was fun. And then the most important thing when I'm told to use my freedom, sometimes this happens, like in the music video, I'm given a lot of liberty and freedom, and then what is going to be the fundamental, that is whether I can like it or not. That is a basis in production. Of course, I pay some attention to what other people would say, but when I prepare the sketches, whether I am confident about the prospect of that work, and then that kind of concerns will be wiped out. So the concept, how to interpret Kito-san's work, when I thought about it, it was a bit difficult, but once it's ready, everything moved rather quickly.
So we looked at the first version and the second version. And they are very different from the final version because the tone of the color was rather soft in the first and the second version, like a paintbrush, or like created by paintbrush. But at the final version, you knew that it would look more real. Yes, of course. I often create animation using CG. For example, you mentioned that nighttime walk, nighttime play, and also green. Not only music videos, if it can be Doraemon or Eva. Sometimes people ask me if I'm drawing those animation, and many people are thinking that we are drawing animation, but in most of the cases we use CG to create animation. We create 3D models and then we output them like an animation, which is called a rendering process. And we can do either animation-like output or realistic output. Depending on the process, we can do many different ways. This time, rather than making it animation-like, we wanted to make it more real. So at the time of the storyboard, I knew that I was going to make it real, look real. When key visual appeared, a person's profile with blood vessels, was it the initial concept? Yes.
では、次ちょっとサンプルを時間が迫ってきたので
Now let's move on to the next version.
のバージョンが今流れている、ACK で出しているバージョンになります。
The next version is one on display at ACK. Before it came to Kyoto, there were many challenges because the first signages were divided into 3 screens, and there was the best position to look at the image. That's how this was created. So it was a process to make it fit for the exhibition. This time, this is square. 4 meters by 4.5 meters screen. In the production, what are the concerns or the considerations that you have? At the beginning, we had this screen, 3 screens at Omotesando Street. And then after that, after completing that art piece, we decided to bring it to ACK.
こういったアートフェアに出すっていうのは初めてだったので。
It was my first experience to exhibit my piece in art fair, and it was my first time to do all the work to create an exhibition at artwork. But I was asked to do everything to exhibit the same piece on the ACK. So the first thing I asked was if I could display the same size of the screen on the venue, and the answer was no.
いけたのかなと思ったりもしたんですけど、一枚のものにしてで。
Then I decided to put it all in one screen.
スクリーンでくり抜かれているような映像の見え方になってるんですけど、実際はそれ以外も多少作ってある。
There are many other screens which are not visible on this film.
なかった部分も。
So there are areas which were not visible at the Omotesando street. So I wanted to put them in to the screen of the ACK, but some part of the figure was missing on ACK. Because I was originally designed it for the three screens on Omotesando. But this imperfect aspect of this piece, I think, is very nice as well.
はい。で最初こちら持ち込むときは高さ7メーター。
When he brought in this piece, he wanted to use 7-meter high screen, but that was too high.
高さっていうのもあるし。予算的なところ。
And also it's very expensive.
上から釣れないとかですね、物理的な制約。
And there are physical restrictions as well because we can't hang the screen from the ceiling in this venue. Therefore, we talked to anonymous collector. The wall here is about 3.6 meters, so we wanted to make it a little bigger than 3.6 meters, and then we wanted to make it look nice from 30 meters away. That's how we came up with this screen in ACK. As we are running out of time, let's move back to the music. The signage didn't have music because it was a public space. At the beginning, there was no music. Even though we asked Yasuda-san to have music, to create music. So after that, we bring it into a building so that music can be available. We used 4 speakers to deliver 1 hour music and also a 40 minutes piece. I was relieved that I could have the music as well. And it's great that I had this space so that I can introduce my music here. Because of the venue restriction, we have very low volume in this space. But what is significant about your music is that scratch noises and many other noises that we have in ambient life are included in your sound. While I'm preparing, I heard some creaking noise or many other noises, but those noises were actually from Yasuda-san's piece. He had 15 pieces. On the second piece and the third piece had a lot of noises in it. So some of them were very relaxing, but the scratches and noises made me crazy. I like noises. I use noises that you hear at home, like noises from washing machines, or I put my iPhone to record the sound within the fridge. The noises from those home appliances were processed to use in my music pieces, the washing machine was the most interesting one. Within the washing machine or outside of the washing machine?
中は入れらんないですね。
So the noise of washing machine drying the clothes, laundry. Which one is the best piece out of those 15 pieces? Personally, number 10 is my favorite. Okay, I will listen to them later.
ここからはですね、
From now on,
Q&A なりを進めていくんですけども、
we'll have Q&A session.
フープを起点に映像と
By using hula hoop, you combined film and music, and that is on display on this venue, and that is the outcome of the collaboration. Kito-san, if you can talk about
あえて一言
your experience from the beginning to the end.
そうですね。まあ
Looking back this process, as I mentioned,
コラボレーションとはちょっと
this is not a regular collaboration. This is a very special and unique kind of collaboration. That's why I had some concern, because this is not something I'm familiar with. For us, when we have displays,
頭はないとか、例えばそのね、そもそもしたことがないんだから、それはそうだよ。
we know what it takes to have a display, but they didn't have any experience about display. And at the beginning, I was not sure if I can put hula hoop in front of the screen.
But somebody told me that it should be in front of the screen. That will perfect this whole work. It was a surprise first, but the situation, well, if you look at it from 30 meters away, and then the hula hoop will be in good match. And through the hula hoop, there will be the screen behind it. And because of the difference of the contrast and illumination, the hula hoop will not get in the way. So at the end of the day, well, nobody has imagined what it will be like. But creating something at ACK, we didn't expect this will be brought to ACK. So, however, after all, we came up with something unique and different from what we thought originally. That is very interesting. We got a lot of feedback on that. I didn't expect to have this kind of feedback, because for us, this is one of these works. So again, this is Kito's work. But this time, it's a bit different, and the feedbacks were also different. So after the event, I think it was very interesting. Well, but still, I haven't verbalized this yet. And yesterday, the day before yesterday, I tentatively made them. So it was a bit of an excitement for me. Okay, if I add something, the volume of hula hoop and the steels, there were construction restrictions initially. However, the hula hoop gets out of the way, and the steel members were a bit oversized, and then the final adjustment was done on the site, and it brought a lot of excitement in the installation process. Now, what would you say about the final artwork? Morie-san, what do you think about it? Okay, it stands out.
そうですね。まあ紀藤さん今おっしゃったように。
And as Kito-san said, initially we didn't expect this result initially, but out of the coincidence and happenstance.
僕は今回自分が作った作品は。
Well, the work I made, I don't think this as an artwork.
なんですけど、そのアート。
Though that said, there are many art experts here, and listening to them about what art is.
全然違う登頂ルートでクリエイターをやってきたんですけど。
I took the different path to become a creator, but there are the other people who took other paths to become a creator, and talking with them that helps me develop a new idea. So with this collaborations, I find it interesting to have another round of a collaboration with the people from those areas. You're not listening. No, I'm listening. I'm all your ears. No, I was thinking about how to summarize this session. Anyway,
にあまり触れてこなかったし、
I haven't get in touch with art so much, and I don't consider myself as an artist.
あるんだ。
But this is a new potential and possibility, including everything, including space. So that made me very happy. Thank you. Now, about your music, the first 30 seconds, it is powerful, including their artworks. It is very thick and strong, powerful, as they said. Well, we created something wonderfully, separately, independently, and they are mixed and blended, creating something new, wonderful things. And then there are 4 speakers on the thoroughfare, and then the 60-minute version music. How do you think about how well it matches to this space? Well, I was able to create music as a part of the collaboration of us 3, so that was great. When you come from the gallerist building to this building in the plastic corridor, you will sense the sound and the light, and then you see the big screen 30 meters away, and you see hula hoop. So all these 3 are connected with the power of music.
では我々の方
Now,
話については、
I would like to end our collaboration talk here. But now to have this collaboration, it is not just to mix things up. The artworks are independent, and then by having them together, there is a synergy. That is what we wanted to convey to you. Now I am asked to take questions from the audience. So, or if you on the stage have questions with each other, that may also be okay.
登壇者の方にご質問ある方。
Anybody, audience, any questions? Okay, those in the front, on the right of the woman.
じゃ2列目の
On the second line, on the right hand side. Yes, yes, you.
It was
very interesting. Thank you very much.
なんかこう今までそれぞれのこうご専門の中で
You have been in your expertise, and there might have been unwritten rules in each area. And was there any rules that is now broken? Well, probably you might have some rules and regulations on the code of conduct in your specialty field. But now, after this collaboration, you might have found out the new perspectives.
この考え方で
If any, please share that with us.
角度で
Because this experience might have given you a new perspective. So in each of your field, you have certain rules, and then you understand that there is something beyond that through this experience. Well, what is it? Okay, we haven't contacted with each other at all, so it was a really thin collaboration. But you have some relationship for the old time's sake, right? So it was a kind of a new form of collaboration. Okay. And then the Morie-san, in this collaboration, or did you get some stimulation aside from the experience?
まあさっきも言ったように僕 CG ずっとやって
As I said, I have been doing CG for entertainment, and then the erotic, or for the lack of better word, well, those are no. But the CG characters, I wanted to have a deep kiss, French kiss, among characters, and if I could do it in Omotesando, that will be great. I have been thinking about that, and I could do it finally. It could be even more explicit, but if I go too much, that will not be available in the public space, so I try to rein it. But I designed this motions of these two characters by myself, so well, that made me feel weird when I was making, because it was the effect, but the effect was too much, and then it will become less clear. So, okay, now finally, Kito-san, anything new, excited? Well, again, I repeat what I said. Having the exhibition here at the end brought me a lot of findings and learnings. Something we haven't seen before was made possible. And we have to have the exhibition and show our works. And that is how we are evaluated. So I think it was good that we can have the exhibition here. Okay, thank you very much. Now I needed to close this session.
今回登壇いただいた方々に拍手。
Now please give them a big hand. Thank you.
以上で我々の
This concludes this ACK Talk number 2. Thank you very much, all the panelists at ACK Talks. Today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we will continue talks on various themes. All these talks are available online as well, so please enjoy them as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, like, well, you could, I think you could link it to the credit cards. So you mean that there's so many of them. There's like QR code ones, ones that like NFC thingies. Yeah, we don't use that. It's like totally like, it's another thing. Okay. Not on the agenda here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I curated all of the art that intervenes.
So like
fair enough. Yeah, no. It's it's double the size of the last year. So this full side doesn't have any stuff. Yes. Number one. Okay, but wait. So you introduced.
Yeah, like our education is like this. So like let's see the whole.
He's introduced. Well, that's the thing. Because we said originally, just it would be like first he goes first, then you ask him questions, and then you talk, and then you introduce me. Yeah, I think we should. 打ち合わせした段階で、奈緒さんが最初になんかクエスチョンするというかね、お互いに質問する。それが奈緒さんが誰に質問する。一番最後に私。Ask me questions. This way. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. I don't have to do that. Right. Okay. But I have to ask questions. Do I have to ask questions? Of you, right? That's what I'm saying. I have to be really tuned in. Now as I took first. Then it comes to Aaron. Whoa. Ask this question. Whoa. And then you introduce me. Then it's me. I talk. And then Kohei asks me. Right. And then, but then he introduces me. Right, yeah. And then wait, so he introduces you, and then you talk, and then after that, I ask. Yeah. Right. Yeah, we have a bit of a chat, or an audience. Okay, guys. Yeah, and this is the clip. Yeah.
それではお時間となりましたので始めさせていただきます。
So let us begin the next session at ACK Talks 2023.
循環と共存を
with a curatorial theme of visions of a tone world, we have 11 talk programs. Along with the invited speakers, we will be exploring the value and the role of art in contemporary society, including Kyoto. Starting from now, Ardon Cesar-san and Nawa Kohei-san as other speakers. We are going to have the program with the title Ecology of Art Connecting to the Next Generation. First, Nawa-san, would you please begin your presentation? Thank you very much. I first of all thank you so much for inviting me. ACK. It has been held in the city of Kyoto. This is a wonderful format, unique format. That's how it started. And I think this year marks the third year. Every year, along with the ACK, many people visit my studio. I have been working at the Kyoto University of the Arts, and when I was the student there, this kind of international art event have never heard of. When I was a student, I thought how I can be or could be an artist after graduating from the university. I thought of that often, and then thinking that now this international art event has been so frequently held. It's a great change. I have a studio named Sandwich. I have that studio in the city of Kyoto, and I would like to share with you about this studio. So this is the Sandwich Studio. About 15 years ago, I found the land. This is located in Fushimi ward of the city of Kyoto, along with the Uji-gawa River. It used to be the factory making sandwich. Very old factory it was. Belt conveyor and 8 huge refrigerators were there in that old factory. And so at that time, there was another Kyoto University for the art work. And now we call the Kyoto University of the Art. And at that time, together with the other students, I renovated this place to make other place for the artists that could do their artwork activities. My sculptures, I also do the architectural works. And so this is a nearby river. And also there is a bridge called Hangetsu-kyo and Ningen-bashi, the bridge. And there are 3 studios. So gradually we have expanded the sites. The architects, artists, and then contemporary dancers, as well as the musicians, get together from the different genre. People get together, and we generate various kind of creation. So this is the view where we started the renovation. Actually, I made it into the so-called Ultra Project, renovation project of the university. So my students and the architects that are acquainted with me, we got together and then discussed how we can make this place so unique. Actually, from here, we can change the art scene of Kyoto City, not just closing this place, but I wanted to make this place as a platform open to everyone. We say the creative platform where everybody can get together, all the creators can get together, and then through the various projects we can dispatch what we have to the rest of the world. That was the initial concept. So manually, it has been a lot of hands-on project, but today we have full-time staff members, 50 people come, and so gradually expansion took place. And this is also the architecture, the office, a professional office for the architectural work, not just architectural design, but we see the fusion of architecture and then art, not, designing from the house, hardware standpoint, we wanted to have a software approach, hands-on experiences there. So I am the artist, so how the relationship between art and city design, we've been discussing a lot to come up with something which is unique. And sculpture is another area. This is painting as well, paintings or prints or installation or the films, whatever the format, you name it, whatever that you learned. For example, the sculpture was the specialty area when I was at the university. I wanted to do more the different genre, branch out from the sculpture experience by having the gravity force. The painting is created with the drops of the ink, so it's different way of painting using the brush. And then this is a machine. The ballpoint pen is captured at the edge of the machine, and then the machine draws a line. And this is the collaboration with the Osaka, the art gallery, come up with some print work. And at the Tokyo, the Museum of the Art, we had the big exhibition. This is one of the museum show of a great deal. So we put the drop of the paint, and then 50 meter the length of the papers were painted, and this is agricultural field. On that field we come up with this sculptural work. This is another work, Kawakubore, the designer of Kawakubore, the office. They said that they are going to do something with their shop in Ginza, and then White Palace is the name of this artwork. So the pipe is rotated, and on top of it we put the plug, and then with the centrifugal, the force like creating the roll cake, we come up with this sculpture. We have a 3D model. From 3D model to architecture, from 3D model to something. 3D technology has been developed in our studio, and I personally come up with this idea of coming up with a sculpture with a 3D model technology. So whatever that is created in the computer, from the small scale or the large scale, without any limitation in terms of the size, you come up with this sculpture or the art in the space available. When it comes to the sculpture, you think about something solid, stone or wood, you name them. But as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the sculpture, the material, through the material, the sense and ideas can be transmitted. It is the media, hands-on experience media. It can be fluid, it can be mist. Various material can be used as a media. So the sculpture, the idea of the sculpture should be elevated more. So this is the paper where the water cannot be absorbed, and with the air force, the paint can be explored like this. And internet, whatever is gathered in the internet, and then through the lens, the object can be seen. We call this pixel. So when I started to use the internet for the first time in the university, I thought of this. Internet is actually covering the city, creating the high level of the advanced society. At that very beginning, that was a beginning phase, I thought of why not express that in a sculpture, and I call this work as pixel. This is the drawing with the pendulum, and I myself, there are 9 art universities in Kyoto, and I've been teaching 3 out of 9 universities. I have a good network with young artists, and when I see the graduate young people graduating from the colleges, I wanted to create a place where they can be active. And in the Kyoto city, in the building, the Starbucks asked me to create the drawings on the wall, but it's everywhere in the world. It's nothing so exciting. So I asked them that the Starbucks space be openly available to everyone. So I asked all the young artists in Kyoto, and then bring your artwork, I asked them. And then all of a sudden, you can see the unique and only one Starbucks in the world with this kind of artworks. Basically, artists that control the entire Starbucks.
My graduate students and also newly graduate students are here as well. And they are now very well-known artists. They started their career here, and some of them are globally known, developed into a globally known artists. This is the creation of a space. The name of this shop is This is Nature, selling sake and other items. I did art direction, and also I provided some art items here. Outside in the garden, here is a sculpture.
In
France, there is an island called Segan. I provided the same kind of sculpture there. And this is an hotel. At each room, we have an art pieces. 200 artists participated in this project to have their exhibitions. This is the sculpture I introduced in June. This is 25 meters high, and I'm standing in beside my sculpture. You can see how big this sculpture is. This is a permanent exhibition here. Fitting sculpture into a city takes time, and there are many things that you have to consider, like the context of the location, and also what should be there in that particular place in the city. I had to think about the relationship between the city and the art piece. The fact that this is a permanent sculpture is that this will continue to exist even after I die. So I had to think about so many different things to install this sculpture here. Here, there are silicon oils falling down continuously. This is to visualize the gravity. This is a manifold. This is a sculpture 16 meters high made of aluminum. This is located in Korea. These are all very big sculptures, like buildings. By using the knowledge of the architecture, I created this sculpture by utilizing my human network. This is based on body scan of many different people. This is my piece from 12 years ago. 3D body scan was not very available around the world, but now you can do body scan by using your iPhone. This is right after East Japan earthquake. I created sculpture from the collapsed buildings of the earthquake. The name is Thron. In 2008, I created this very big sculpture, and this is now exhibited at Ulbu Museum at the pyramid. In Kyoto, there are many workshops of traditional art crafts. Artistic technologies developed in Edo era are still available in Kyoto. These kind of traditional and old technologies or techniques are used in this sculpture. This is a technique called gold
日本の中で独自
coating.
ています。
This was originally from Egypt and exported to Japan. And Kyoto has a lot of potential because in Kyoto we have both new things and old things overlapping with each other.
近代以降の新しいものだけではない。
Not only new things, but also we have old techniques and technologies. So this is a very culturally rich place.
去年十和田市美術館で
This is from the last year. We have bubbles on the silicon oil.
広島に工程
In Hiroshima, I developed this sculpture called Kota.
さまざまな、
Those are the examples of the pieces I created.
も作って
I collaborate with contemporary artists.
以上になります。
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kohei. Just for the audience's information, I'm Aaron Cesar, Director of Delphina Foundation, and I'm going to ask a few questions kind of Kohei following his presentation, and then I'll introduce Greg, our next speaker, and then we'll repeat this with different moderators taking over throughout the course of this talk. It's an experiment. We might make a few mistakes here and there, but we'll try our best. Kohei, I'm very kind of interested in the metaphor of a sandwich, knowing that your studio has taken that name from the previous use kind of the building. In terms of a sandwich being many different layers coming together to provide some kind of nourishment. And in my work at Delphina Foundation, we often talk about nourishing artists. And that's what Sandwich, your studio, your organization, is doing very much of. International residencies is something that's very close to me and our work at Delphina Foundation, but it's also one of the layers of your Sandwich at Sandwich. So I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about the international residencies that you are also hosting and the importance of them, you know, in Kyoto in particular, and also, let's say, also in Japan in terms of thinking about the title of this talk, which is Building Ecosystems.
すみません。これ日本語で答えますね。
Let me answer in Japanese. Thank you very much for your question.
サンドイッチはこの
The name sandwich
こうみんなで手作りで始め
is to show the idea that we are going to create something together. We have a residence in the sandwich, and I myself was living there.
最初始まった時に
At the beginning of the sandwich,
さんが
IKEA
2段
had
してくれて
provided 4 double bunk beds.
8人まで滞在できるように今でもな
So 8 people
4年
can have bed in this room.
15年ぐらいの間に300名ほど
So in the past 15 years, we received about 300 artists, including photographers from around the world.
このプロジェクトに参加してもらってます。
And they participated in this project. Now we have 3 from Brazil. And
パウロで個展をした後に
when I had an exhibition at Japan House in Brazil, I offered them a place in Sandwich, and also we have 5 students from Bangladesh. From around the world, we have connections and offering spaces. That's our residency program. At Sandwich Residence, we have a space for 6 people, and we also have an apartment at Antenol, and we also have a residence near Kinkakuji Temple. We have various residence programs.
In addition to being kind of an artist and, you know, of course, Sandwich, you also teach. And I wanted to ask, about the difference between what is formal education, which takes place in universities, and what's informal education, which takes place at Sandwich. Around the world, I think universities help individuals learn how to make art, but not necessarily how to be an artist. It's something you learn from often your peers. Can you talk a little bit about the community of Sandwich and what it's creating and how it's helping artists to flourish?
サンドイッチに集まってくる人たちっていうのは
People at Sandwich.
こう感慨深くなるんですけど、ユニークな
It makes me very emotional, but there are many people who are very unique. They are very unique in their personality and they have many different backgrounds. At the beginning, we had many people who graduated from University of Art, but now we have people who graduated from Kyoto University, Waseda University, or Jochi University, which have nothing to do with art, like computer programmers or SF writers, science fiction authors. There are many different talents in Sandwich.
距離を置きながら、
Being distant from urban areas, we are trying to reflect what's happening in urban areas. What I mean is that commercial rules or commercial consumption cycles are something which are away from us because we are feeling sense of crisis about that kind of urban living or consumption styles. That's how I started my career.
So those are members at the Sandwich Studio. When I take a close look at them, I can say that they actually go through that this kind of a filter and get together in the same common understanding.
Ask that question around education because it's a nice segue also into introducing Greg Zvorak, our next speaker, and you can start to switch places if you like. You're going to do it from here? Oh, no, okay, perfect. Okay, he's going to sit where he is. So Greg is a professor of international cultural studies at Waseda University. He has an incredible project called Project 35, which is a grassroots network that he founded, which aims to raise awareness about the Pacific Islands region in Japan through art and scholarly knowledge. He has authored several books, one in 2018 on post-colonial Pacific history called Coral and Concrete, and he lectures regularly on art and resistance in Oceania. In addition to all of this, he curated the public projects as part of ACK, so a lot of the artworks you see in between spaces, in between booths, were curated by Greg, working very closely with the artists and the galleries. I'm now going to hand over to Greg to speak for about 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Aaron, and thank you, Nawa-sensei. It's quite a pleasure to be here. It's quite intimidating to speak after such a very influential and important artist today. But I also am an educator, and I'm a person who works with students, with young people. My practice as a curator is a very recent development in my own career and my own life path. But it comes out of really thinking about how society is obviously very influenced by art, and art is very influenced by society. And how do we think about issues of power and accountability in the world today? And I've been teaching at a number of universities, particularly at Waseda University, where I'm a full professor for the past roughly 15 years. And one of the things that always struck me as I deal with issues of history, of colonialism, thinking about militarism, a lot of issues that really matter in our world, and I think something that is also in some ways a theme of what we're talking about today, ecology and environment, climate change. I've noticed that sometimes scholarly work has its limits in terms of really reaching the public and communicating some of these issues and thinking through some of these problems. And my impression of art in Japan, contemporary art in Japan, is that it's so powerful and so rich and so well cultivated and refined and practiced. There's so many artists who have a lot of skill. And yet I think one of the gaps that we have in Japan in our art education or the art sort of ecosystem or ecology here is maybe a lack of engagement with some of the deeper research around these social issues. So that I often find my own students at Waseda University in a very academic setting struggling to engage with some of these deeper creative issues and narratives in the world. And I think a lot of art students, I've had the privilege of also teaching at Kyoto Geidai, formerly Kyoto Zoke University. I found that they also struggled to engage with real world problems. They were concerned, they wanted to make some sort of a difference. In some ways, I think every artist is political. Every artist is in some ways an activist, however they look at it. And I found that part of my place could be to help mediate in those spaces. If I could talk a little bit about my background and why I got to this point. I have a strange background, which is better illustrated with visuals. I have lived in Japan for most of my life, but I am American and I spent my early childhood in the Marshall Islands, which is there in the middle of the Pacific. These are the Pacific Islands of Oceania. This is actually part of Micronesia. I grew up for a significant part of my early childhood on an island called Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands, which is part of the largest atoll in the world. And as you can see, there's a lot of military infrastructure there. That's partly because this place was colonized by Japan for 30 years in a period that was known as the Nanyo Gunto. It was a space of colonial settlement and militarization eventually by Japan, which was part of what led up to World War II. And then later it was colonized by the United States for well over 50 years and is now an independent country. And yet this base still remains. So for me, my father was a person who worked as a civilian testing missiles for the United States military, as many fathers and mothers did on that island. And I was always richly aware that there were always Marshallese people around us, displaced indigenous people. And so it got into my mind very early on that there was something a little bit wrong with this situation. So me personally, as an artist to some degree, that's always been something in my mind, but also that led me into academia. For example, how can we think about the connections between the Japanese period, where local people learned Japanese, and many elders still do speak Japanese, and have very ambivalent but interesting kind of memories about that time, and today, where as a child, for example, I would climb on Japanese war fortifications, and that was part of my environment. So when we talk about an art ecology, actually creating a new ecology, I think it's very important, but we also have to think about the ecology that exists around us already, and we have to think about history and engage with that. I've given many lectures in many places, and for many years, I would always show this kind of slide, where I would show one of the nuclear tests that was conducted in Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands, one of the 67 devastating atomic bombs that was detonated by the United States Department of Energy there, and also in Enewetak Atoll. And I would always notice the audience would go, oh, and they would look, and there would be a moment of sort of this awe at the sublime, at these kind of violent images. And I realized, you know, even as a scholar, how am I reproducing this kind of violence and eliciting some sort of a sexy response from my audience with this kind of violence? And it made me think more deeply, how can I engage with art and with artists, and particularly to engage with artists from the region? How do they talk about these kinds of issues? And it led me actually sort of naturally into working as a curator. I had the privilege of working very closely with this amazing woman, Kathy Jetnal-Kijner, who is the most prominent contemporary artist from the Marshall Islands. She has the family background and the positionality to be able to speak about a lot of the nuclear testing, but also about climate change. And she has worked as a climate change activist. She has addressed the United Nations. And yet she's an incredible poet, filmmaker, installation artist, and also a weaver. So working with her, I gradually began to collaborate on different kinds of projects. One of these was the air canoe exhibit, which we put together partly. I was a co-curator on a project at the 10th Asia Pacific Triennial in Brisbane, Australia. This is just last year, or it finished last year. I won't go into too much depth, but there's a lot of work in that might normally be marginalized as just being sort of craft or traditional kind of heritage work that is not seen as contemporary art. And yet talking about this kind of connection to the world and how people might think about interacting and reframing art led us eventually, I was involved with Kathy to bring 30 people to the Marshall Islands. This is a bit too complicated to talk about in the time that I have right now. But between my students at Waseda University, kind of teaching, getting them engaged and thinking about these sorts of things, also having a chance to talk and speak with art students here in Kyoto, this seemed like a natural progression when I was invited to be involved in this project. It has many difficulties. We're still kind of unpacking this. This is just from 2 months ago, but in Bikini Atoll. What happens when you bring 30 international artists, or actually 20 international artists, 20 young Marshallese artists into this kind of space together? How do they deal with that landscape? How do they think about that kind of space? What happens when you go to Bikini Atoll, to Rongelap Atoll? These are intensely irradiated, fraught landscapes. And it brought up a lot of questions. And I'm not going to go into those right now, but I just think that this kind of thing is very daring. One of the artists with us is Arai Takashi, a Japanese artist who was nominated to come from Japan. I would like to do more of these kinds of things. My project, Sango, is also written 35, as like Sango, the coral, thinking about the metaphors of how people connect over these kind of reefs, the cultural reefs that we create together. And so I love what Nawa-san does. I love what you do. I think this kind of residency kind of work, bringing people together. But if I could contribute one other piece of this conversation, it's how do we engage with place and how do we engage with history? Because these things do not happen in a vacuum, and art doesn't happen in a vacuum. And I think, especially when we're in an art fair like this, where art is so aestheticized and commodified, part of my job here was to hack this art fair. That's part of what I'm trying to do with this public program, is to introduce these glitches, to raise questions around what art is actually doing. So I think I'll leave it at there, but that's kind of where I'm at in my own journey. I have no solutions, no clear answers about what this was about yet, but it generated some amazing conversations. And every single person here has been invited to make art in an international exhibition that we have a lot of funding for in the next couple of years. So watch this space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greg. Colonialism and military nations. Those are the things that are giving us uncomfortable realities in a world that is still having negative impact on our society. Japan, at the Second World War, suffered from atomic bomb at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And Kyoto was originally the target of the atomic bomb. Kyoto was one of the candidates of the target, but it's so happened that Nagasaki and Hiroshima were selected as target city. That's our history. After the atomic bombing in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the impact on people and impact on the plants and animals, all those samples were collected by the US, and those information and data were utilized by the US to create another weapons. Japan is the only nation in the world who suffered from atomic bomb. So what do you think about the place, Japan, Kyoto, as a place to do your activity?
日本語でも答えても大丈夫ですけど、とりあえず英語でここで答えます。
Let me speak in Japanese, English.
Quite a lot, actually, as both a historian and a person who works with art in many ways. I want to elaborate on what you just said, that in fact, I think the perception is that Japan is one of the only places that's really experienced the trauma of nuclear weapons. But in fact, all of the places where nuclear all of the uranium work, for example, we have in our audience 2 artists who've worked with the topic of uranium, Ken and Julia Yonetani. The mining, the actual refinement, the creation of, the testing of these kinds of weapons has also caused incredible harm throughout our world. So I think that needs to be said, especially in a place like the Marshall Islands and French Polynesia, where so many people are still suffering today with never being able to go home or not even being able to deal with these kinds of issues. But I think in the Japan we live in now, not just Japan, in this Japan, there is a lot of amnesia, and it's selective amnesia. So for example, it's so important to remember the pain of hibakusha, the people who have experienced this kind of trauma. And I think it falls on creatives and educators to be able to keep those kinds of memories alive. So they're very important. But at the same time, I think that sometimes what art can do is it can begin to kind of complicate the story, to remind people to think about the complexities. The United States did horrible things to Japan, not just with nuclear weapons, but the kind of dehumanizing way that it attacked Japan during the war. I mean, complete cities were burned with horrible kinds of weapons, including conventional weapons as well. But I think what's really important here is to think about how our histories sometimes do not include the bigger picture. For example, Japan also was very involved with some very difficult and very complicated kinds of engagements that were violent and sometimes very caring also in the Pacific and in other places that Japan colonized. So I think about Kyoto as a place that has, so many different wars. Before Corona, there was a major plague here that led to the Gion Matsuri, for example, right? I mean, there are very interesting histories that we can tap into, that can nurture us and that can give us interesting solutions. But what saddens me is, as an educator, as a professor in Japan, I'm sure you feel this too to some extent, many of our students don't know those histories and they don't learn about the complexity of them. So I feel that a site like Kyoto, where this kind of history is valued and nurtured, is a place where we can actually confront some of those things. And art can help us to confront those kinds of issues in creative and sometimes playful ways, that they can open up different kinds of pathways that might not be easy, for politicians to deal with. So this is my hope. I think in Japan, this is something that we can do together in different ways to kind of get our students to be more engaged and not be afraid of these difficult conversations. And I think art allows people to overcome that fear. That's kind of my thought, but I have a lot more to say.
I think you are right. The wars and also trauma from the atomic weapons have given a deep impact on artists in Japan. The art history after the World War II is very much influenced by that experience. In 2011, we had East Japan earthquake. Of course, it was a tragic experience, and that was followed by the incident. The incidents. After the incident of the nuclear power plant, we had meltdown, and then we had China syndrome. We imagined material which melt down and go deep into the earth. That was the imagination at the basis of my artwork. So the world is very complicated, and the artist feels something, and we are trying to create something out of that feeling. And Japanese artists tend to feel that incident and the history, and through our body we are trying to create an artwork.
か伝え
so that we can reveal something through the art or send message through the art.
ところから客観的な視点で見てそれを発見していくと僕たちが
So when we look at those art pieces from different countries, we may be able to find out that there is a uniqueness to Japan, originality to Japan.
ございます。
Thank you.
I could just say one more thing. I love what you just said, and I think the way I often say some of what you just articulated is that the nation of Japan is troubling in some ways, but as an archipelago, right? This is an archipelago of 7,000 islands that's diverse and complex and amazing. And I think artists have a way of really being able to see that and bring that forth. So I think that's, you know, if we can recognize that they're different things, it's a nice way of starting something else, a new conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah, sorry. Hi. So again, I'm Aaron Cesar, and it's great to kind of like almost pick up and then I'll build up from this conversation by looking at kind of the international context in terms of thinking of this notion of building ecosystems. It's very much at the core of what I do at Delfina Foundation, which is kind of based in London. I describe our work in many different ways. I describe us first as a house, or really as a home for artists, for curators, and sometimes collectors as well, to be in residence, to live together, to think, to cook, to make art. We are also a place that I like to also describe as a connector. So partnerships are very much at the core of all of our work, creating relationships with institutions, but also with communities. I also describe our work as a platform in terms of offering opportunities for artists and curators and other thinkers to have their work seen through exhibitions, through talks, through debates, through performances. I'll first just show you just some images of the space kind of itself. We occupy not a huge building as big as Sandwich, but it's about 500 square meters in London. We have a library. We do a lot of events that involve convivial experiences, so eating together and cooking together. We do this event called Family Lunch every 2 weeks at Delfina Foundation, where we invite leading museum directors, curators, collectors, to eat a meal with our artists. And over this meal, over this coming together, is a conversation around art and society. Of course, we offer spaces for making, for exhibiting work, for screenings, as well as performances. We are based in central London, so we're the small DF, which is just below Buckingham Palace. We are about 200 meters from Buckingham Palace. So we are at the heart of the city, at the seat of power we were discussing, in a city that once was the head of one of the world's largest empires, in a city that once was part of the European Union. So we bring artists and thinkers to this space, to the seat of power, to occupy that place and to think about art and what art means and what's the capacity for art to try and, as Greg was saying, debunk some of the notions of power or to question the colonial or to decolonialize thinking. But to also look at art as a way of bringing people together across different divides. Our residencies at Delfina tend to cluster or come together around certain subject matters, certain research areas, one of which is the politics of food. And as part of this program, we have engaged with many different communities and different types of practitioners, from bakers to cheesemakers, community gardeners. And it's been one of our most accessible programs, whereby you can engage with audiences on a very different level and open up a very different conversation about culture, about art, because you're talking about food, something that we all have a relationship to. But the politics that lie therein become a way in which we can really grapple with some of the world's biggest challenges. So our last edition of the politics of food dealt with the environmental emergency that we're all dealing with now. Another area relates to science, technology, and society in terms of bringing together practitioners to exchange ideas around these different subjects. Another is performance. We call it performance as process. So looking at performance as a way of understanding the world around us. In this case, this is an event in the British Museum, in one of the most contested galleries, where the Duveen galleries, where the Elgin marbles from Greece are. And it's an incredible performance with abled and disabled or differently abled individuals. Performances are also a way to rethink rituals and how we consider certain practices around us. So it's not just about live art, although we do live art. And this is one of the largest platforms that we have taken some of our work, some of our thinking to. This is the Venice Biennale, where I co-curated the performance program in 2019. This is Nastio Mosquito in the Gardens of the Giardini. This is Zedi Cha, also in the same location, and the American artist Solange Knowles. I'm going to end here with this final area of research that we've been investigating called collecting as practice. So looking at the politics of collecting, the philosophy of collecting, and the psychology of collecting. I end here because we are in an art fair. And so we are also kind of questioning the value of art, not in terms of the financial value, but the social value. So part of this program has engaged artists who collect, who build archives as part of their practices. This is the Korean artist Kim Haeju. This is her collection of objects that she often uses to perform with. Now she's considering them more as a collection within her work. The project has also involved us intervening in museums and galleries. This is an Indian artist, Avni Tanya, who was in residence in the Victoria and Albert Museum. And during her time there, she was looking at the South Asian collection in particular. And she had a lot of questions and concerns about the South Asian collection, which was born from the colonial period. And even today, how they're displayed caused some concerns and questions. So she produced an alternative guide to the South Asian collection, which is now available in the V&A bookshops. And this is with the full support of the institution, a form of institutional critique that they have completely kind of taken on board. And lastly, we have hosted collectors in residence alongside artists. And this has been to look at ways in which, or how, let's say, is to look at how, or what role, I should say, what role collectors also play in society alongside artists. If you're going to talk about the whole ecosystem, then you have to look at every single aspect of it. And so with collectors, we've been creating a space for them to think about how to take their private passion into the public domain. So increasingly, it's been about these individuals producing public initiatives, in some cases a private museum, in other cases thinking about how they can support institutions that already exist to make a much bigger impact. And I'm going to leave it there in terms of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. It's really fascinating to think of, all of those different components of this ecosystem and how they play out in such a place of centrality and power, that you're kind of bringing all of these people together into conversation around everyday things like meals and the very meaning of kind of residence. It sounds like you're, as you talked about the occupation, I really like that term. And I'm wondering, I guess, about two things in relation to this occupation and how bringing collectors into these spaces and also bringing artists and curators and so forth, how they relate to the local. I'm thinking about locality because you mentioned sort of empire or the metropole, right? And London obviously is a metropole. Tokyo is a metropole. Kyoto is also a kind of metropole, right? And as you can see in my work, I'm trying to bring people into very local spaces. We often say in Pacific studies, and I think this is true in many post-colonial spaces, that it's about the translocal. How does local connect with local? So I'm wondering, what are the stakes involved in bringing people together? How do you choose the people that come into these spaces from different localities? How do they bring their local into your local in London and also the global of that sort of imperial sort of space?
Very interesting question, and something that we are continuously grappling with. Well, it's the same that as you, anytime you're doing this work on the local level and you're engaging with the community, which also includes us, by the way. But as you know, we're all individuals and we change from one minute to the next. So how you approach and engage with the community also has to be adaptable in that kind of way. We have had artists and practitioners and residents from 90 different countries kind of around the world. And many of our artists or curators reflect communities that are also in London because it is such a global city. So for us, it's trying to find those connections that can happen between diasporic communities and artists who are coming from another place. A good example of this is a project that we initiated with Tate and also the artist Ahmet Ogut. He's a Turkish artist, Turkish-Kurdish artist, I should be clear about that. And the artist created a project called the Silent University, which is about engaging refugees and asylum seekers in the UK within an arts context to look at and reflect on their role within society and how they are effectively silenced through the process of trying to become a citizen and also seeking refuge kind of in the UK, and also how we, as I say we as on behalf of the UK, are creating a barrier for them to fully engage, because many of these individuals come with huge professional accreditations. They come as doctors, lawyers, university professors, but the moment they step into the UK, they cannot work until their visa or is approved, until they become a citizen. And so there's also a loss to the economy of our system of immigration. And so the project was to try and create a way to acknowledge this information gap and create through creating a knowledge exchange kind of platform. And what we found in this project, was as an organization that works with artists, many artists, so we work with about 40 artists a year for 3-month periods. We have to work with partners who can maintain the ongoing relationship with the community, because it would be inappropriate to parachute an artist in and out of a space. So how do you maintain that relationship? So for us, it's with the Migrants Resource Center, which is an organization that operates in our local community, but they operate with all of London. And so finding those links, I think, so maybe to answer your question, it's about the notion of collaboration always within this. Yeah. And recognize it on many different levels, how it happened with individuals, but also how it happens directly with communities.
And if I could add one more thing there, it sounds like there's also an axis of time, right? So there's this sense of how does that relationality, how do those relationships perpetuate? How do you continue them, right? Which gets into the question of the archive, right? So how does, if you're talking about being a family, how does this family remember itself as you go on? How do you imagine that into the future or going back?
Yeah. Again, a great, very relevant question for us, because we are constantly thinking about this, the notion of our archive and the legacy for us as an organization. Firstly, I'd like to say that the themes that I presented, the research areas, so politics of food, collecting as practice, These are themes that we've done over many, many, many years. So effectively, the institution has become the repository of knowledge that it's helped to generate. Often what happens with residency programs is that artists come into a process, maybe into a community, and they leave. And often when they leave, they may leave a seed, they may leave something behind, but they're often taking to another place. And so we wanted to create an approach that would mean that some of what they brought was really settling, almost like sediment, kind of into our work as a foundation. And therefore, it wouldn't just be extractive. You know, it could also have that ability to also transfer and go to other places, but something remained. And over time, like over 5 or 6 years of the politics of food, we've built a bigger community around this work. There's 120 artists who've been in residence just around the politics of food as a theme. And now we're considering now how do we use this community in other contexts? So how do we expand it, through other collaborations, if that makes sense. I'm also noticing, Greg, that we are now short on time. So I wanted to kind of take the liberty, if it's okay with my fellow panelists, to open the floor. If there are any questions from the audience, please put your hand up. There's a microphone that we passed around. And then in between your questions, we might ask each other questions as well. So we have one person in the front here, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for today's presentations. I'm really so privileged to be here. And can I ask in English? It's okay. I don't speak Japanese, so okay. I have two questions, but they both are related to the localities. And the first question for you, because you're talking about this residency program. Can I call it as a residency program in Marshall Island, or?
Did you call it residency?
Yeah.
I think we could, yeah. It's like a residency at sea. It was an experiment, but yes.
Okay, because I found that's a very much fascinating idea, but the thing is, it has very much specific spatial background or micro histories. Yes. And that you're saying that you're inviting international artists, and how could you proceed with this? It's the flipping question. How could you proceed this locality with these international artists together? Because they're not from there, and I don't insert or hurt the other people because I'm an outsider, and then but I'm trying to engage to the community. But how could it happen? I mean, yeah.
And that was the fundamental question. So thank you for bringing that up. And if I start talking about that, it's going to take a week.
Please.
But so, very briefly, that's actually one of the biggest questions that's emerged. And I knew from the beginning, I was actually not one of the main organizers. I was part of the advisory team for this. But it was actually really to have the Marshall Islanders actually lead. That that everything, all of the protocols were handled properly, so that all accountability towards localities, to traditional leadership, to all kinds of other cultural protocols were all taken care of and very valued and very clearly communicated. So it's always about integrity, and it's always about that kind of ethics and about thinking about the power relationships. So that, just to give you an example, some of the artists began, even though they cared, they were very concerned and interested in this space, but some of the artists began to do some pretty weird things. They might be fine in a gallery, they might be fine on the stage somewhere here in this kind of space, but in the Marshall Islands, they did not make sense, and they were inappropriate. And so local people had a platform to speak up and say, we didn't know what that was about. Can you talk about your intentions?
Okay.
And part of being on a boat is that no one can get off. So the artists had to sit there and engage in conversation. And although it was uncomfortable, I think that sense of discomfort might be something we need sometimes, is to really get into those spaces and have those difficult conversations. So I felt it was a start, if I can say that, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. And then Aaron, I have a question, because I know already before that the Delfina Foundation is very much like one of the biggest rising foundation. But the thing is, you say that we are not a foundation, we are family. And then interestingly, because for me it was like, you're saying that you're not non-institutional foundation, or how? But the thing is, we know we all the famous or the established residency is so hard to get in. And then when you're saying that you're a family, then who decide to be accepted? And then, for example, I'm gonna apply for next month. Then who gonna decide? Oh, you're my family or not? And that you guys decide together for next generation, or how gonna be this process? Maybe too private intimacy questions, but I'm very interested in the transparency. So.
When also transparency. But anyway, I'll first just talk about the notion of family just a little bit, in that I think that Delfina Foundation, maybe you can tell me, because you'll find out later, in terms of how we approach kind of subject matter and how we build a community around us, is through thinking of the notion kind of a family in place, in terms of creating a space that is kind of warm, that is convivial, and something that is long lasting. So once an artist has received the residency with us, that relationship continues way beyond the 3-month period they were kind of part of. And also same with our patrons too. We also consider them part of the family because they're supporting and enabling kind of the work that we're doing, but also it's not just about money, it's also about time, expertise, and energy that you're bringing to something. In terms of the selection process, so we have a very kind of like rigorous kind of selection process kind of at the foundation. Some of the residencies we do are with partners, and we then collaborate on the selection process. Some are not with partners, and our team kind of decides. We have the most challenging prospects each time we have to do a selection, because we are considering the group that we're creating, not just we're not selecting just on the individual. We're thinking of how the 8 residents together, who will be in residence together, will create another family unit, if that makes sense. So we're thinking about the kinds of practices, the kinds of experiences, the kind of knowledge that each of you will share in this house. Alongside that, we're also thinking of opportunity. It's a very big thing for us, is to think through what we're offering to that artist, and to that curator, as well as what they're offering us, what they're bringing to this space exactly. But in terms of opportunity, it's a very big thing for us, because sometimes we don't select the best artists. Sometimes we're selecting artists who's not as good, partially because we see the potential in what they're doing, and maybe they haven't had the opportunity. Maybe they haven't had formal education. Maybe they haven't had a lot of residencies. Maybe they've never left their country. And so therefore we're thinking, well, actually this person, this will give them, this will be a stepping stone for them kind of in their career. And then sometimes we are choosing the best, because in some way they're still challenged by, they still will be challenged by their time in London. So it's always a huge debate. And I always say to artists, if you don't receive the residency upon applying the first time, apply again. And there are many stories of artists who've applied 3 and 4 times, and then they got it. And actually, it was the right time for them. And they even reflected on that. It's actually, now I'm actually ready for this. Whereas, and because we're juggling a lot. But it's not an easy, because it's not a straightforward objective, or not a straightforward even subjective type of thing. We've selected many artists whose work, let's say the actual artwork, is something that maybe doesn't necessarily appeal to me, my personal taste. But I have to remember that we're an institution, right? So you're actually trying to select for the many audiences that are out there in the world, if that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Aaron, I'm told to keep it short, but my question was to be very short anyway. Yes, for you. Beautiful what you just said, the potential you just said now. How does it manifest itself?
Well, there's so many examples that I could kind of like offer to you about the potential, how does it manifest itself. I think what we're often looking at is where we see it is when we do the interviews. So we'll make a short list of applications and we'll do interviews. And in interviews is very different because when an artist has to write something down on paper and describe their work and something that might be solely visual or social, it breaks down sometimes. But given them an opportunity to talk directly, about their practice, you can see within this their ability to engage, with, let's say, external people like a community. You can also see their drive and their hunger, for that experience, which also matters a lot. And also, what you also can kind of identify is the prospects for them growing. And I say that in a very, maybe I'm sounding very flowery for my description of that, but I'll give you an example. We, many years ago, invited an artist from Brazil who grew up in a favela, makes incredible work, but never really had significant opportunity from kind of his context. And being in the UK opened up so many, we could see that being in the UK would open up so many opportunities for him and ideas, because what he was producing back at home would really resonate with, we felt, a UK-based audience. And also for him to see his work taken from a very local context into an international context would also open up these possibilities. And we were, absolutely right in this kind of context, because although it was his first time ever abroad, he somehow found a community that helped him flourish. I know we're running out of time, so I don't want to go into too much details. I'm really sorry about that, but we can talk after this about this. Sorry, shall I leave you there? Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I'm afraid the time has come, so we would like to close this session. So thank you very much, Aaron Cesar-san, Greg Dvorak-san, and Nawa Sensei. Thank you very much. At this ACK Talks, we will continuously have this kind of a talk session today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. And all the contents of these programs are going to be available through the archive. Thank you very much for your participation.
はひひははひひ he 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 he.
はいはいあはい、それではお時間となりましたのでスタートさせていただきます。
Now let's get started at 2023 ACK Talks. We have 11 talk programs from the view of the Visions of a Torn World, Circulation and Coexistence, this year's curatorial theme. We invite guests from Japan and the rest of the world to have a discussion about values and roles of art in modern society and relationship between cities, including Kyoto and art. From here, with the support of Director Thomas Group, we are going to have a discussion about the new environmental horizon of art pioneered by technology to discuss whether Web 3.0 from the art production to the market, what kind of change will be brought by them by inviting a curator, Mr. Junya Yamamine, and also the Shunsuke Murata of Art Villa of the Daimaru Matsuzakaya department stores, and then Nagai Kiyohiko from Director Thomas Group, which study the Biz Future and Web 3.0 for the potential of art, tech, and businesses. Sorry about it. Thank you very much. I am from Deloitte Tomatsu. Thank you very much. I am Nagai. This is about the new environmental horizon of art pioneered by tech. We focus on Web 3.0 about information technology, and also AI is evolving and what the society will become of that. And with looking at that in the art world, what is going to happen And in this ACK place like it, this would allow us to have a contact with the audience and the general public, and how those views will change. This will be the topic of the discussion. Why Director Thomas is here? That may be the question I would like to first answer. We have Art and Finance Group that was founded from 5 years ago, and we have some advisory activities. Director Thomas is very famous for accounting company, but in addition to that, we have 12,000 people. 1,200 people or so who work as professionals, and then they offer various different kind of advice to different fields. Art is one of them, as you can see here, for businesses and as well as for individual people. We offer advice, and in particular in the art business, for business clients, what we do is, for example, to make art business, what should be done? We offer advice for that, and also using art, for example, the real estate development or the manufacturing and the product development, the customers in this field, how they can use art to reinforce their business. This is another type of advice we give them. And so using art, they grow a business. And what is the necessary thing to do that? In advising this field, beyond ACK, the ICT, and also the people's emotions and feelings and social change, we needed to learn a lot about this field as well. So here today, rather than explaining our conclusions of these initiatives, the industries around art, if we take things from that perspective, how the world come to in our sight, we would like to discuss these processes with the other members on the stage. That is a primary objective of having this. But first and foremost, why Web 3.0? Why is it important? It is just about the technological evolution, or is it going to change the society? Well, this is a recap so that we can be aligned. From the latter half of the 1990s, the internet became pervasive in society. And earlier, what happened was that, well, information available on the internet will be captured when it becomes necessary. So it was very simple. And from mid-2000, the social media became very popular, and internet contents were developed together by many people. But this was also quite simple. From afar, well, this content is very important. And what about this idea? People express like. And so more recently, there may be a little additional element to it, but there are some interesting things, and those will be supported by other users or not. So it was simple. And then also this was done under the umbrella of major businesses. So information developers and producers didn't have the freedom to operate this information. So it was more like a centralized scheme. Like Facebook and Google, these major companies owned these as their assets. Now, from the end of the 2010s, blockchain came into the picture with an advancement of technologies. There may be a lot of point of views, but those who created information owned this information and used it in their favorite ways. And there are the rules with very transparent rules. These informations were handled among people. This may sound very complicated, but what kind of the technology behind it is that by doing something, what can be obtained? Well, supporting and expressing like, beyond the financial terms, what is going to be given if you take this action and that action. This kind of rules and contract can be closed very simply. And then if you want the other people to want to do something, and then that could also be fulfilled. And the people in a totally different positions can meet together now simply. And this leads them to come to the decision making in a very democratized way. With high transparency, they can determine the direction of their small communities. And then here, the large companies' desire may not be reflected so well in this scheme. And then now the new types of people encounter with each other, and then when they develop some promises and rules, if it is very costly, that will be the problem. But now it can be quite simple, and following the rules, we don't have to worry about other people to break the rules in this coming society. If this come to pass, this has a potential to dramatically change the society. But this is, after all, potential. Whether are we going to make this difference in society, that is the key question here. So this is the first point I would like to have a discussion. That said, we may be able to change, but are we really changing ourselves? In relation to that, this is also important. In blockchain technology, this is just a part of them. We have NFT. For intangible assets and properties, this gives a sense of ownership with this technology or services. And this became viral. And from 2017 through 2020, it became a boom. But what is the important form in the internet? Well, now we have the generative AI coming into the picture, and the NFT is put on a secondary burner, back burners. And then if we look back, currently the Web3 or NFT, well, whether it will peaking or it has peaked, this is what we expect. So probably in 2 years or 3 years from now, there may be some time of disillusionment, and this will lose momentum for some time. But after that, there is a potential of change, and then is that change coming? Really, that is a question. The smart context and the token, by utilizing these technologies, various services will be made available, and then this may change our society. In 2025, 2026 or 7, once again, in our society, these will become the essential infrastructure that will bring some major change in society. If that really happens, we have to be prepared for that, because otherwise it will be a little too late. That is why we have this talk today.
And not only this time, but starting from this year, so the 21st Century Museum staff members, together with them, we have been discussing this matter. So now talking about the technology, another perspective that we need to have is that when it comes to art, we would like to talk about the business where we are. What kind of the service is requested when it comes to the business in the field of art? So if you were to take a look at also the technology in this context, I may say that among all the products that you see in the shelf, the highest level of quality, and then greater level of the price, and with a greater evaluation. So in other words, when you have the artwork on the shelves altogether, maybe in the upstream, we have to think about how this particular artworks is generated. I think consumers are looking at that, the origin of the artwork, from not only the downward but the upstream, the stream perspective, and then also incorporating that the consumers are selecting the artwork. I think that there is a shift in terms of the perspective, looking at the artwork. So excellent in terms of culture and art, putting aside the phrase that we use, but the society, or in the field of the marketing, if you are to take a close look at them, it is true that this particular product is so unique and the only one in the world, and then who is generating something like this? And that person is so unique, maybe. And then you, as a consumer, having that product in your hand, thinking about the world itself. Maybe the world is connected with the ancient age. Maybe in terms of the society, you are providing some kind of agenda through this product, and then the product is generated with that kind of idea. So that's how the appeal can be made for certain product or the artwork. I think that's the kind of thing is already happening in a society. Before, it was not the case, because those people who are so vividly sense that kind of a value, and very difficult to actually verbalize all of these things. That's what we have been thinking. But now, the situation has changed so much nowadays when it comes to the verbalization. Now, talking about the 21st Century Museum, starting from this month, they have a DX Planet exhibition. I would like to just show you the pictures. Technology is something to do with the actual design, architectural design. You need to have some training in order to come up with this actual design. But maybe you just draw something simple, and then with the technology, you can actually realize that in the actual form. Another example, technology and the advancement can enable all these ideas instantly without having the technical training. So Frankenstein, the novel, is read by the ChatGPT, and as a population, the ChatGPT incorporate all the data, and then this the sense of the Frankenstein novel, they come up with this idea of the fashions. So then you can start to see this kind of innovation. Something like this can be simply generated, and then a concept and ideas can be visualized and can be put into writing. Those things can be done very simple nowadays, and this is something that I would like to discuss with all of you. And this is a hypothetical idea, multiverse versus universe. So if you have a different sense of value, and then people are now creating the community with the different kinds of ideas, come up with this kind of a product, I ask for your cooperation, and you will get this benefit out of this. And this is the kind of direction that we go, and that discussion takes place, and decision can be made very easily. So small size communities can be generated so easily. And then that's how the society can be. That's a hypothetical idea, and I feel very into it. It's a nice way of thinking when we look at the society to come. Micro level, in a small community, the members in a community, you come up with a product, maybe generate a service as an economic activities, but that's peer, colleagues. In a small community, you will have a discussion among them, and then you can make a contribution to the community, and then you get a reward in a the diplomatic and fair manner. So you will have all these small communities, and then among the communities there is a bond created in that society. And it used to be such a community, and all of a sudden that community will generate so much assets at the end of the day. So among the communities, new ways of synergy effect can be seen, can be anticipated. And this is the last slide for my presentation. So if those things happen, well, you know, you have a person A, B, C, D, and it was very tough to get to know each other. It takes time to decide the rules, that's one thing, and then try to comply with the rules. Maybe you have an implicit agreement, but it's very difficult to realize it. So leader role is regarded very difficult. But if that process can be regarded simple, maybe with this kind of a community formation, you don't have to have the big leaders anymore. But rather than that big leaders, maybe conceptors, so to speak, can be needed. You come out and say that I want to do this, and in order to do this, what kind of jobs are necessary, and how the benefit at the end of the day can be allocated and shared among the members. Maybe the concept, the thinkers, and how much the technology can be used, combination with technology and promoting the technology. So, in other words, the people in such a society can be called different from the conventionally way of the society. So this is how much I came up with in my thinking. But Deloitte, the group presentation is over now. And now Yamamine-san and also Murata-san can share their views, and then we can have a discussion later. Yamamine-san, please, would you please begin your presentation? Thank you very much. As I listened to the presentation, now they actually came up with many questions, but let me just introduce myself. I am Junya Yamamine. I'm a curator, and also recently I'm a producer as well. So in my career, the cultural affair, agency, media, art fair, festival, Tokyo, photograph, music, art museums, and the public art as well. In the alternative space in Roppongi, with this startup company called Akatsuki, I worked for the projects, and then performing art, public art, I was been involved. And then in the post-internet age, post-internet culture scene, top artists were invited to this particular event. And also within the field of media art, I got the master. So as the curator, I've been involved with the different kinds of art projects. So creating community and working together with the collectors and the company people, different types of people come together, and I came up with a project of creating a space for meeting. And one is NFT marketplace in London. There was some joint project as well. So in Tokyo as well.
So as a big program of Tokyo Gendai, together with the contemporary artist, we had this event. So those are the examples of my works or projects. I'm also working as an ambassador of this group. At also Taiwan International Museum, I was asked to use technology in the exhibition. And after the pandemic, I was asked to think about the damage we are imposing on the planet and how human beings and the earth can work together. That was the theme of this project. So that was my self-introduction. Now let me talk about new soil as a seed. This is about what I want to do, what I aspire to do in relation to technology going forward. I think this has a very high conformity with what I've just talked about. This is about changing or transforming the society from focus on efficiency and economic productivity to the human emotions and well-being in our economy. We want to, the question is how to monetize the activities which are related to human emotion and well-being. The motivation came from the fact that there are many things in the world which cannot be put into words. And through art, we can identify the emotions that cannot be put into words. However, when I'm involved in companies and the government, we realize that there are many things that we can measure without any numbers, because what we have to measure fall out of those numerical measurements. That's the background of what I do, what I want to do. People with high efficiency and economic productivity may be replaced by AI in the coming days. In that new world, we have to revisit the value of emotion and also experience. Now we have indicator of well-being. I think that's related to the transformation we are witnessing now. And there are funds in the US related to the well-being. So how we can introduce that concept in Japan is the question. And I think one thing is the connectivity with AI. I want to come up with the impact evaluation. I want to come up with a methodology to measure the impact.
そういったこう遠洋経済というか、例えば社会復帰
That kind of the activities related to well-being of the people or the environmental protection, and also projects related to human emotions. They may be far away. They may be the activities far away from economic activities, productivity. However, there are many people who benefit from those activities which cannot be monetized.
についての恩恵を受けている人たちに
So those people who are benefiting from those activities, I want to measure the benefits that people are receiving so that we can return the profit to them. This is not limited to art, but also it can be related to cleaning of the cities or festivals, local festivals. They may be not productive in terms of the economy, but they are creating value, and it's only natural that we repay that benefit. So that's the beginning of the entire of all this. The methodology is to come up with the methodology to measure the social value of well-being and sustainability. The companies and governments who are benefiting from those activities have to be measured, and we have to calculate what kind of benefit or they are receiving, so that we can create a system which can repay their benefit. That's the system I want to create.
でこれまで
By having that system in place, we may be able to evaluate those things quantitatively. That may bring about change.
できるように別のこういうことをするデータサイエンスの方と話すと
When I talk to data scientists, they say that art is something away from economic productivity, but economic productivity is necessary for us to continue our activity. So we have to convince the people. The other day, there was a performing arts festival in Edinburgh.
ではそのフェスティバル自体が
In Edinburgh,
大産業なんですけどもフェスティバルの方が
the festival industry was bigger than the golf industry, according to their calculations. So people are paying a lot of attention to this now.
社会の中で人間
In the society, economic rationale is seeked. In that society, we have to think about how we can return the benefit. So that's the society I want to create. And this applies not only to art,
社会
this also applies to prevention of diseases. This is a concept in the area of mental diseases, activities related to disease prevention or garbage picking activities in the cities. Also, the recovery of the nature or protection of the tangible and intangible properties. If we can maintain or sustain those activities, we can create new paradigm in terms of the economy and the art. That's what I want to work with. Thank you very much. Before going to Murata-san, let me ask one question. Basically,
なかなかすぐにお金に換えられないような
sometimes it's difficult to monetize those activities. However, still there are benefits, so we have to recognize those benefits and evaluate them, appreciate them. And not only time access, but also there are various layers to it. The primary activity may be to go to the art festival and enjoy the arts. And those visitors
人たちにも恩恵がある
may spread the benefit to the people who didn't go to the art festival. So short term, mid term, and long term, we have to evaluate the benefit of those art festivals. And that's a very complicated process that we have to get the supports from the machines. So now I have a question to Yamamine-san as a curator. Artists themselves, they capture the transformation of the society to come up with their own artwork. But on the other hand, maybe this is just a byproduct of their activities. But they are getting supports from the society, and they also have to monetize their activities. In that sense, we have to think about the economic efficiency.
この営みがどんな意味
And also, they have to think about what kind of implications they have by producing their arts. If we have that kind of infrastructure,
をちょっと伺いたいんです。
do we have to see the change of the responsibility or the jobs of the artists?
ですけどこれめちゃくちゃ話したんですよ。ブリティッシュカウンシルが
The British Council, in the context of art and technology, they invited many people and introduced them for 1 week. At that time, the system between Japan and the UK was different, and British people admired Japan because we are free to experiment many things, and there is no evaluation after that evaluation. And I think that person was right. Somebody says culture is very important, and then the culture can get budget. But as the time goes,
としてある。
People forget why they started that project in the first place, and there was no evaluation at all. And in order to
羨ましいと思うんだっていう話。
so because of that downside, I value the UK system more. And what they said that was there are many items that you have to fulfill. So they are creating arts to fulfill those items.
So that's one point. And if that's the case, and then to that, to prevent that from happening, we needed to have some preparation. However, in Japan, we haven't reached that point. Okay, once again, question to you. Then up until now,
すぐお金にできるかどうか。
well, whether to monetize or not, that was the line. And then the value people didn't consider to monetize was used by the artist. However, that part should also be a part of the new monetization idea. And then how the artist defined may become different. Yes, then the artist should be engaged in something that is easier to evaluate in terms of monetary terms. Okay, then next to Murata, Mr. Murata. Okay, thank you very much. Well, already somewhat similar to conclusion was reached, but in the context, I have a bit different the career. I work for Daimaru Matsuzaka in charge of art. I studied the architect, and then as the interior designer and the directors, I started my career. I had the installation with Raizuma at Shinsaibashi Daimyo store, and we did a re-architecture. It's at a 50 meter in size. It's if the volleys is still alive, and then what kind of future will be presented together with us, and then how we can make something that can last for 100 years. That is something we do. Another example is with Kohei Nawa. Well, on the facade of the department store, there are the painting of birds. And back then, Boris, an architect, had a commission to have the phoenix, the sculpture. But from some reason, they became a peacock. And if Boris is still alive, again, if they come up with a phoenix, who will be commissioned and what will be like? From that perspective, we asked Kohei Nawa, in the context of Oriental, we tried to build the Ho'o, or the Oriental Phoenix. So we came up with this, and then at the Meiji shrines, this again flew away. And the artwork is beyond the company's regular business to create something. So this is an important project. So these are some of the things I have done. And now the media and art fair and incubation, I do these three things. Now on Web3 and the how to evaluate the values, this is related to those topics. I work for a department store, but I am so far away from the market. And how can I continue my initiative? When I think about it as a company, how the circulation between academic and the market can be kept, that is important, because if it is about just a short-term evaluation, we tend to focus on something that can sell. And that is how the companies will generally think. And then we cannot come up with anything that will touch our hearts and minds. We would like to avoid that at any way. So we want to keep the sustainable relationships with artworks and artists. That is what I explore. And in the case like this, well, for example, installation, typically companies cannot be engaged in it because it's difficult to sell, but the company is intervened in that, and we follow and support the production, explore the potential of new value creation. With Yamamine-san, I am doing ladder project now at by Daimaru no Matsuzakaya. This is a tour type of installation, and eventually, well, at the ACK, we have an exhibition, and eventually we want to bring this to a museum at the academia place so that these can be kept forever there. The booth is right across, so after this talk, please visit the booth. And roughly speaking, the artists and the companies are engaged in the creation. Typically, the focuses are linearly on market. However, first, in the context of academia, how these artworks are evaluated, we try to elucidate that. So this is our first POC project. Without an impact from market, how can we co-create unique values? This initiative is supported by Yamamichi-san. And then this is a question to you. By the intervening of tech, the new thing will be created. And I learned a lot on this element today. And for example, when we develop installation with the co-creation, and then we want to tour this in many places, on those occasions, how can value be evaluated, and how are we going to use tech? And then some of the things will be distributed ownership, and what is the necessary technology to have the contact with the clients. In different contexts, is there any technology that we can return the created values into company activities? Is there any way to get some benefit or the values beyond money, monetization? Technology may be able to play a certain role in this end. So these are the questions for you. And one last thing, for the company to be engaged in art sustainably, well, the output looks alike without creating diverse values. This is a problem. So when to start a project and continue the project, we needed to have a clear understanding and a positioning of the company, which requires the understanding of different stakeholders. With the intervention of tech, it may be easier for us to continue art. Is there any the assessment or the evaluation access to quantitate these things? That is another question. And can we visualize the value that the company will support the art fair and art festivals? If there are any quantification method, I would like to know more about them from you. Thank you very much. I end here. Thank you. Okay, I also have lots of questions, and Murata-san posed the questions as well, so it may be a bit difficult to handle all of them. So while we answer or to questions, still I want to have an additional question to Murata-san. So can you back up by 2 slides?
この前ですね。この前。
The one before this, okay?
すみません。生まれた価値を企業活動に還元するためのテックっていうもの。
The technology to turn the activities into values. Well, this may sound distant from you, but here it says a corporate value. But corporate value are twofold. One is how much you make in terms of money now, and also the second is how big that the profit is going to become in the future. Today, the Japanese corporate values are considered very low, and it is making a lot of fuss. But many major companies are increasing their profit. So what is missing is the possibility of growing in the future. That part, Japanese companies are evaluated very low. These company activities are supported by Gen Z, but these assessment and evaluations are not monetized enough and quickly. That's why the future evaluation is kept very low. That is a problem for Japanese companies. And then, in my opinion, and also question is that the values which fall through the cracks, the corporate values and economic value, they come back as a return in the future. We are not talking about these possibility well enough, so that missing link can be solved with the power of tech. You are doing ladder project, and then in that, today's monetary value and the future's monetary value, both of them are taken into account. So for you, which is more important? This is one question.
企業価値を構成する今
And
だけ大きくなるの
how much money are you making? How much are you going to make money? Something beyond that should also be emphasized. This is the perennial discussion with our clients.
皆さんが生き生き働
At the workplace, many people have a strong sense of fulfilling. These are supported greatly sometimes, or the employees are a group of very interesting people. These are wonderful things. However, they are not translated into today's money or future's profit. Still, that may be okay if the companies are supported greatly. So this is what I have in my mind in the context. So, what do you think? And then, what do you think about the latter project? For the latter project, which is bigger, now or the future?
So you're talking about the comparison between two. What are the two? Yes, cash and then the future expansion. Future expansion, of course. So we're not thinking about the current the scheme of generating profit. In other words, as Daimaru Matsuzaka, as thinking about supporting, we would like to provide the experience, coordinated experience, and that lead to the branding of our company, Daimaru, and then also increasing the corporate value, like much value generated. And the visualization is not yet done. Verbally, not enough explanation has been made yet. So that's something that we need to change. Then you can come up with more proposals. Now, as you mentioned, that when it comes to the future, because that the profit is going to go up, you want to go do this and that. But I think you are going beyond that to get a supporter. Yes, that's what we've been discussing with our customers. So people are thinking about it, but maybe top management may not be the case. Yes. Now, let me just share with you how my presentation was made. International Art Festival, I've been involved. And then we asked I've been asked to come up with the some phrases, like commissioned by some and some. Like bankings or some financial institutions come up with this way. And now, then I understand that this is how things are done so that their awareness level is going to go up in the world. So paying money for it, and video, umbrella or art angels in the UK. So you do the fundraising. There are such groups and association, and also Dutch project. The rich collectors, they come together and they check and support the artwork in the Biennale in the world, supporting the artists that can voice out these people's opinions. So having this kind of a process, the art will get the presence in the society. Well, economy not so bad, but art is there. For example, in France, economy. From economy, the culture generate? No, that's not the case. Vice versa. Actually, because of the art, the local economy is being revitalized. So this the reverse momentum is needed. So with that in mind, one thing, CV. There's one CV, and that's one important index evaluating the artwork. So the list of the exhibition that the person is exhibiting, and we have those CV, so to speak. And then in a modern art, we have that kind of a list. So Biennale Foundation, for example, the artists are registered, and basically their values are secured and established. Such communities there, and in that community, the institutional experiences, how that is included in a CV. And there are two things, and I showed, for example, two things. And market-wise, this is a particular Japanese artist, and there is no historical experience. But on the other hand, there's an artist. Look at the CV, this particular artist, and you can see the entire, recognize the artist, and we recognize that person as an international artist. So there's a difference in terms of a CV. So by looking at them, you know that how valuable that they can be remained in the history of art. You may not have that kind of experience, but there are some Japanese artists living in New York, for example, and you have some, artists maybe lending money from the banks, we don't know, but there are some artists who are creating the value. There are some differences in terms of the value of the art. We have to take a closer look at them. There are some non-specialized art. You see, the museum come up with a certain way of evaluation. They have their own way, and that value can be hindered, when it comes to the kimono producers. And it's of course, I'm sorry to discuss this way, but when it comes to the effectiveness and efficiency way of doing things by the companies, but of course we have been pursuing the authentic the sense when we explore our department stores. We have gone through some change nowadays. So this time we have this new project, how this latter project can be continuous, and how we can start up the new kind of a project into the future, and that will impact us in terms of the evaluation of us in the society. We need to really learn a lot as we move forward. Now, going back to the questions raised before, shall we?
やっぱりごめんなさい、これは向こうで変えてくれるんですね。もうじゃあ違う話しちゃいましょうか。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Let's see.
ね、あとは。
So there are some outside stakeholders. Company have a different stakeholders. So going beyond the companies, I would like to see the society can go into this kind of activities. But there are some things that you can do being part of the company. And I would like to hear from these two speakers responding to this question. Thank you very much for your comment. Conclusive manner, I would like to say multifaceted dimension is a key word. Responding to a question, when it comes to the corporate value, what is the profit now and how expansion that you expect into the future? But you see, when you encounter a difficult situation, economic-wise, you can be happier. You can be blessed because of this. maybe if that can be regarded as an incentive, which can be measured qualitatively, of course, that is my work, part of my work. I think it's possible to quantify the evaluation, which is qualitative, utilizing technology. So artwork or the company, I think we are going into this era of evaluating them properly. I think the supporters have to understand how to evaluate them structurally. We only looked at the profit and how much profit it is going to make in the future. That was quite a simple before, but now things are now changing. The society has a different way of viewing things and evaluating things. Maybe this measure, some kind of a measure is necessary for us to do that. It's very difficult to respond, to be honest. And I think we need to discuss more clearly, trying to figure out all this complex question. When it comes to the business or creating the framework of business, there's something plus alpha. In other words, to come up with a project and then let them experience the project. I'm on this side, needing to do that. So it is not a linear, rather than the linear process, thinking that if this is here, something next will follow. But not only that, experience, hands-on experience matters. Then you start to feel that that's truly valuable, and why not realize or embody it? And then you need to have the peers in order to do that. But of course, there are only limited number of people who can be there to do that. Maybe 100, 500 people. But with this technology in the internet, only the few letters of the words can make people gather. But of course, hands-on experience matters maybe more. And there are something that the curator need to do. I mean, artists can generate something, but through what kind of a context, how you can reiterate the story.
And depending on how you tell the story, you can secure the freedom of the artists. And then you can allow the wider population to experience the art. This may be not related to the art, but recently climate change and diversity, those are main agenda in the society. What's going on in Europe is that in each sector around those themes, they are discussing what is missing and what has to be done and where they have to make investment. And that's what investors are thinking in Europe. It may be so that in Japan as well, or outside of Europe as well, we may have to think about what's missing in our own field or what we have to value going forward. What we need to have outside of economic productivity. In the process of thinking about that, when we face the field of Yamamine-san, you may give us advices on where we should go, where we should invest, or where should provide support. And that kind of good circulation may happen, and that may be the beginning point of understanding with each other. Yes, because everything is connected. We have 3 minutes left. We can entertain 1 or 2 questions from the floor. Do you have any questions?
面白い発表ありがとうございました。
Thank you for your presentations. I have two questions. The first one may not be question, but it's about Web3.
なんかテクノロジーのようにすごい語られるんで。
This is often discussed as a new technology. I study about Africa and ethnic groups in Africa
つながりとかその個人によって
is related to the values that we have, like respecting each individual person. Not only advanced technology, but also
ような、
the natural community structure, original community structure. Have you ever paid attention to those things? My second question,
みたいなところ
you talked about learning from experience.
なんだろう価値を分かってもらうために
In order to convey the value of the art, you said that learning from experience is very important. If you can elaborate on that and what kind of specific program we can have. About the second question, there is a project display over there. Please go and take a look at that example.
できれば
If I could, not only in Japan, but also in overseas as well, I would like to see a large, I would like to bring many Japanese people to large-scale art fairs overseas. Not only commercialization-based, but installation-based art fairs. I want to bring people. We need access. Accessibility is one key.
できる限り
To achieve that,
なんかこうやりくりしながらいろんな人たちの協力を集めて
we are trying to get support from various people so that many people can get access to those kinds of art fair and have a rich experience. That's one thing I'm working on. The second question, you talked about many small ethnic groups.
血のつながりみたいなものだったり
There are blood connections amongst them, and there are emotions or connections amongst them.
つながりがあってどう今ここにいるんだってこと
What kind of connections they have and how they perceive themselves is the question. So in that context, what's interesting about Web3 is that this is created in the concept of P2P. It's not centralized. It has a mesh structure or networking structure or web structure.
で一度分断されてみんなが上を見るって構造になって分断された関係性っていうものを
And in that world, we can recover the connection of or the network of the people which had once destroyed by the centralized system. By restoring that kind of connection, we often talk about communes or commons.
っていう話が出てくるんですが、これ回帰ではない。
We often talk about going back to communes and communities, but it's not about going back to the past.
で展開することができるっていうことで。
Because it can be developed into many different ways, both vertically and horizontally, by completely transforming how the villages exist. We can reproduce the value. I think that's the fundamental difference between Web3 and village kind of community.
Web3 研究って私
The Web3 research is something I've been engaged in.
あればですね、実はなんか
There are places like communes or there are research going on
もうちょっとした
about if one particular community can be expanded by inviting experts. Now it's time to close. Rather than coming up with a conclusion, we just wanted to share the process of our thinking. That was the purpose of this talk. I hope that you enjoyed our talk, and we would like to continue this kind of activities at the 21st Century Museum. We have a plan to have this kind of talk events. We have a lot of project next door.
ではなくて
The venue is not here alone. We have a Hotel Bijou as a satellite venue at Kawaramachi area. There we are exhibiting Tamayama-san's piece. And there is also Art Villa Market going on. This is a great opportunity to go visit those places as well.
今日の後夜、この
And tonight, starting from 7 o'clock, we'll have Fab Cafe Kyoto. We will have a reception. We would like to continue our dialogue there. That's around Kawaramochi Gojo area. I hope that you do visit that site as well. Thank you very much. This concludes this talk. Thank you very much to the panelists at ACK Talks. We are planning to have many more talk programs. And all of the talks are available online and also by archive. Thank you very much for your participation.